2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay. Good evening and good afternoon for everyone. This is the joint meeting agenda for City Council meeting and the El Paso de Robles Infrastructure Authority for Tuesday, June 17th at 5 p.m. We'll call the meeting to order. And Melissa, if you will call roll call, please.
Councilmember Bausch.
Here.
Councilmember Beal. Here. Councilmember Gregory.
Here.
Councilmember Strong.
Here.
Mayor Hammond.
Here. Tonight we have a closed session and we have one item to be discussed, and we'll have our legal counsel, Ms. Hall, let us know what we're going to be talking about.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We are going into closed session on one item this evening. It is public employee labor negotiations pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. The city negotiators are City Manager Hewitt and Director of Administrative Services Ryan Cornell. And the employee organizations are the International Association of Firefighters, Paso Robles Police Officers Association, Service Employees International Union, unrepresented part-time employees, unrepresented management employees, including among others, city manager, assistant city manager, and department heads.
Very good. We'll open up to public comment. Anyone regarding this matter, please come forward. Seeing none in the room, do we have anyone online?
No, sir.
Okay, we'll go ahead and adjourn to closed session, and we will return at 6 p.m. to reconvene for the open session. Good evening, everyone. This is the Paso Robles City Council meeting for Tuesday, June 17th, our 6 p.m. start. We are reconvening from closed session, and we will begin with the Pledge of Allegiance led by Fred Strong.
With me, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please remain standing for Gabe. Pastor Gabe, you here? Thank you.
I could. Father God, we thank you that we can be here this afternoon. God, I pray, Lord God, over all our city officials, Lord God, I pray a blessing upon their homes, upon their families, upon their children. I pray, God, that you would impart them the ability to make wise decisions and not just move in some political area. That I really want them to hear the voice of God over their lives and how we can make this a bigger and a better place. I pray for the outpouring of the Holy Spirit, Lord God, upon the town, Lord God. I pray that businesses would flourish, Lord God. I pray that Paso Robles would stand out in this community that, to be a community that's operating in divine overflow. I bless the churches, Lord God, of all types of churches. I pray, God, your blessing upon them. God, and I pray, Lord, that when we leave this place tonight, that has been very important, monumental. God, as I close this prayer, Lord, I pray, God, over every father that's up here. And I say Happy Father's Day to be belated. Not just them, but every father in this room. I pray that they're going to see their families and their children's hearts be changed, first of all, to you. God, we give you thanks for this opportunity. We bless this meeting now. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Thank you, Gabe Albadelis from the Revival Center. And we'll start with roll call. Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Bausch.
Here.
Councilmember Beal. Here. Councilmember Gregory.
Here.
Councilmember Strong.
Present.
Mayor Hammond.
Here. Staff introductions on my right.
Melissa Boyer, City Clerk, joined by Mary Sponholtz, Deputy City Clerk, and Karen Jackson, IT Technician.
Warren Frace, Community Development Director.
Linda Pasha, Recreation Services Manager. I'm Kenny Fortune, Community Services Director. Ms. Esperanza, Capital Projects Engineer. Frida Berman, Public Works Director.
Ryan Morrell, Administrative Services Director. Kevin Long, Assistant Capital Projects. Danny North, Police Chief. Don Cornell,
Wannabe, yeah.
You have a budget tonight for the police chief.
I think we know that. Christopher.
Also, incoming bill manager.
Paul. You want to be police? Okay.
Chris Hewitt. Oh, sorry.
We got one more.
Chris Hewitt, City Manager.
Elizabeth Hull, City Attorney.
Okay, welcome all the
Not
staff.
Police Chief.
We had a closed session, and now we'll listen to our legal counsel, Ms. Hull, for the report out on closed items.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We went into closed session on one item. It was public employee labor negotiations pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. The city negotiators were Mr. Hewitt and Ryan Cornell, the Administrative Services Director. And the employee organizations were International Association of Firefighters, Paso Robles Police Officers Association, Service Employees International Union, unrepresented part-time employees, and unrepresented management positions. And there is no reportable action.
Very good. Thank you. We'll begin with the presentations. Item 1, we have a proclamation, so if I can have Juanita Perkins join me. Juanita.
It's Juanetta Perkins.
There you go. This is a proclamation declaring the third Saturday in June as Juneteenth Day in the city of Paso Robles. Whereas since 1865, The American celebration known as Juneteenth has historically been observed at the end of the institution of slavery in our great nation. And whereas Juneteenth embodies the indomitable human spirit of the past, present, and of all time. And whereas the celebration of Juneteenth gives us all the opportunity to rededicate ourselves to the true American spirit and to strive for a more perfect union. And whereas we are citizens who wish to secure blessings of freedom, justice, equality for all the great countries and all of our people within our United States. And whereas the collaboration of community-based organizations, faith-based organizations, local businesses, and local government demonstrates a shared commitment to being part of the solution and acknowledging the importance of strength through unity. And whereas June 19, 2025 is Juneteenth Day of Observance, a federal holiday in the United States commemorating the end of slavery. Now therefore let it be resolved that I, John Hammond, by virtue of the authority vested in me as mayor and speaking on behalf of the entire City Council, do hereby proclaim the third Saturday in June in the city of Paso Robles as Juneteenth Day. Okay, anybody would like to say that?
Thank you, everyone. Everyone's invited. This is for all. Please come share. We're here sharing our culture, and all is welcome. And also, we need some donations. This is all community-based. And also, we have a duct tape tank. And any of the city council would like to get in there, or police chief's going to help me out. We prefer him, but he said he didn't have his summer body, so we're going to excuse him for that. But we're going to get someone, right? Okay. All right. Thank you. Anybody else want to get into that tape? You're more than welcome.
So that's going to be this Saturday between 1 and 4 o'clock in the park. There you go. Thank you, Juanetta. Okay, moving on. We have the Paso Robles Wine Country Alliance, Paso Robles Templeton Chamber of Commerce annual update. Paul Sloan.
Good evening, Mayor Hammond, members of council. I'm Paul Sloan, Economic Development Manager. The city has a long history of partnering with both the Chamber of Commerce and with the Wine Alliance for professional services, including marketing and visitor center services, as well as economic development support in general. The city currently has two-year agreements, partnership agreements with each of these organizations, spanning 2 fiscal years, fiscal year 2024 to 25 and 2025 to 26. As we are approaching the midpoint of the 2-year contracts and the end of the first fiscal year, we have with us this evening the leaders of these two organizations to provide council with updates on the very important activities of their respective organizations. So with that, I would like to invite to the microphone the President and CEO of the Paso Robles and Templeton Chambers of Commerce, Gina Fitzpatrick.
Good evening, council members and mayor. Thank you for having me this evening. My name is Gina Fitzpatrick. I'm the president and CEO of the Paso Robles and Templeton Chamber of Commerce. And as soon as I learn how to use this, because Warren quit me. Okay, there we go. I would like to share with you our mission statement. We essentially promote economic vitality, empower leaders, champion businesses, foster civic engagement, and honor our history. And who does this? Well, we have a board of directors that guides the organization. We have a board of 23, and it ranges. We are big in diversity as far as CPAs, nonprofits, bankers. We have people from the medical industry and hoteliers. And so as a chamber, what space do we work in? What are we busy working on? We are boosting business visibility through marketing, networking, and high volume referrals from our website and visitor center. We like to champion advocacy We empower through education by providing learning opportunities, industry insights, and skill building for our business community, and so that we can all remain competitive, and we drive economic vitality. So what have we been up to recently? We'll see if our video will play here.
New tonight, a new visitor center and shared office space in Paso Robles has officially opened. The Paso Robles Visitor Center has been described by local officials as a hub for business support, tourism information, and community collaboration. The space will be occupied by the Paso Robles and Templeton Chamber of Commerce and the Paso Robles Wine Country Alliance, which officials say plays a vital role in promoting the region's wine industry. KSBY attended the grand opening celebration for the new facility tonight, where visitors were encouraged to explore the new space.
Yeah, what a cool event. Two shared organizations who share common values and goals. The Wine Country Alliance, Paso Robles Templeton Chamber of Commerce in the same building together. What a dream come true for us.
Absolutely. The collaboration of the two organizations that really assist with the economic well-being of the entire business community for our great community, Paso Robles and Templeton, the entire North County. It's just really special for us to be able to share this with everybody else.
Officials say the new collaborative environment will enhance services for local businesses, strengthen support for the tourism industry, and provide a welcoming space for visitors.
All right.
Well done.
It was an exciting
New tonight,
night.
a new visitor center and shared office space in Paso.
Thank you to so many of you that came out and joined us and that have taken a walk through the building. If you've not yet been in the space, please do make it a point. It's absolutely worth looking at. I'm going to go back a slide. As I mentioned in our mission statement, a large part of what we believe in is honoring our history as a community. And we have, thanks to Noreen Martin, she was so gracious as to donate this, what we call the Founders Mural. So this is in respect to the AVA, the Paso Robles AVA that was created back in 1983, or established, I guess is a better word, back in 1983. And you can see Joel and I in the picture, along with our first district supervisor, John Pashong, who joined us that evening. And what made it extra special is that we had, you can see Chuck Hope and Howie Steinbeck. They were present. Their names are signed on the wall. You can come into the visitor center and be able to see where they signed agreeing to go into this, and excited about becoming an AVA. And of course, I have to make mention to Gary Stemper, who joined us, and Gary was actually our mayor at the time. So it was fun for him to see his name as well. We were missing a couple. Niels Usden was out of town, and Gary Eberly just couldn't make it. But later on, actually just last week, we had Pasquale Mostantuano come into the visitor center. He's living up in Idaho now, and he came in. So we're honoring our history, but a huge shout out and thank you to Noreen for understanding the importance of our desire to honor our history and bringing forward such a beautiful commemorative, display that we can see on a daily basis. And that was actually painted by Steve Kalar. And so it's very special to us. Please do come see it. So in our new home, we share with the Wine Alliance, we're all in the same building. So we've expanded our collection of Paso branded merchandise, really elevated the visitor experience, and we are an educational hub for business growth. So what does that mean? An example of that would be our Leadership North County class. Is guided through an entire program day themed as arts, culture, and tourism. And so part of that educational day means that they come into the space and we talk to them about what tourism means in Paso Robles and how it applies to us in our everyday lives, whether or not we work in a business or have anything really that we believe has to do directly with tourism. So we are all indirectly related in some capacity. We have created a destination with purpose for our guests and our community to come into, and with that, I think it's pretty cool. Talking specifically about what we do with visitor services, being that go-to source for all things Paso, we fuel the local economy. Our knowledgeable team is here to help people make the most of their time in town. I have with me this evening Deborah Scarborough. She actually works in the visitor center and is able to make those connections for so many people and give those business referrals. We really are a hub for community connection. I just helped somebody today that had a really interesting question, and he chose to contact the chamber, and we were able to help him out. So really spending time getting to know what our community needs as well as our visitors has been our goal in the visitor center. I've also spent time, I actually was down in Tucson for a week and met with Visit Tucson. And the reason I share that is because we're continuously looking at what we're doing and how we can do it better. What are other organizations doing that are like our organizations that are operating visitor services, that have partner organizations, and how are they operating in that space? So, of course, we do always want to advance ourselves, and further research is what helps us do that. So we take what I call the road shows and go out and visit those spaces. We have personalized trip planning available in the visitor center and real-time travel guidance. So we serve as the reliable source for up-to-date travel info. When the super bloom is here, there's not a ton of information you can find online to be able to know exactly where those flowers are blooming. And with the closure of Highway 1, we've been that resource that people continuously reach out to and say, okay, are you open yet? I'm coming, I want to book my trip, but can I get through on the 1? And so we know that helping to educate our staff and keep them enlightened of all the things that are happening locally is very, very important. We ensure that there is inclusive and accessible support for people that aren't able to find that information online. We're also the heart of the visitor experience. So looking at real numbers, this past, I'm calling it a year. It was actually May 2024 through May of 2025. So a 12-month span, but not a technical year. We saw 21,000 walk-ins. I think the most notable piece to see on this is the site referrals. So that's the number of sites that we specifically and directly referred. May it be a restaurant, a winery, a kids activity, something very specific that we gave information on. And so that was 182,000 times, which really does make a lot of sense. If somebody walks in, they leave with anywhere from 7 to 10 referrals, depending on what they're looking for. Our future-focused plans include economic development, of course, fueling Paso's prosperity, and that means championing the city's strategic vision, ongoing alignment and support for the Paso Robles long-term growth and vitality. That is specific to the economic development strategic plan that you all adopted about a year ago, and working with Paul in order to ensure that those initiatives are continuing to be pushed forward. We have bold advocacy, means stronger businesses, and so we have been identified by Cal Chamber here just recently. We were one of 12 chambers in the entire state of California to receive the 2025 President's Circle Award for our advocacy efforts, which I think is pretty outstanding and exciting. It means that we've been engaged enough to understand what's happening in the political climate as far as bills that are coming forward and may or may not be impacting both our tourism community as well as our business community as a whole. Additionally, with visitor services, we are elevating the experience. We're amplifying the local impact. And what does that mean? Well, we are currently in the process of gathering information from our staff and what they're currently hearing now that we're in a new space. Enhancing our hospitality and introducing interactive resources is what we're really looking to do more, those interactive resources. So that may include a video wall and some other informational pieces regarding how grapes are grown and things like that. So in closing, why the Paso welcome means business. This is, I feel, is an important piece that we need to share. I, along with others, would love to operate and live in a community or a town that wasn't heavily reliant upon having tourists come in. But we know that this is the economy that we live in, and so how do we boost it even more? How do we help create those jobs? We're seeing that the infrastructure is continuously being improved as a result of the number of people that are coming into our community. We know that their activity also supports community services, and it helps us to want even more to preserve our culture and our heritage. And so really it in welcoming guests into our community means that it's enhancing our quality of life. And I can see that so clearly now after the years that I've worked in economic development and tourism. And it's pretty spectacular for me. So that said, I'm happy to open it up to any questions, and thank you for having me.
Okay, Gina, thank you for the thorough report. Any questions of Gina?
Just a quick question. I was in the other day, great presentation, thank you. I was in the other day and saw you had some City of Paso like trail maps and was speaking with Deborah about the kind of inquiries you get.
Sure.
What other kind of things are you asked for that could relate to the city in terms of what we can be provided?
I love that. Thank you. That's a great question. I would say oftentimes it's kids' activities that people are looking for as well. And so they think Paso, they think wine community, they're not exactly sure what else we have. So we're able to offer the Children's Museum and right now the Ravine Water Park. But the City of Paso specifically, as I know that you know, the Recreation Department does such an amazing job of offering programs for children. And even if it's, you know, a weekend that somebody's here or a 3-day weekend that somebody's here, there's oftentimes activities, whether it's swimming or events that are happening in the park that involve children. So a lot of that, we also know and we've identified that we're actually seeing so much of the international traveler in the visitor center. Not everybody is as aware, I think, of how many international travelers we have that are coming into the visitor center so that we can be that face-to-face engagement sometimes I think is what they're really looking for, and the specifics of the what the insider knowledge of what we do. And so we are actively looking at resources that the city has through recreations, through the library, and that we can share and be able to not reinvent the wheel.
That's great, thanks. So printing, you know, nicely printed materials, and then in addition, nice digital materials for the website. Would that be helpful for you?
Yes, absolutely, exactly. Yeah.
Okay. Question. Okay, thank you, Gina. And will we bring Paul back up?
Actually,
Are you going to do that?
Yes,
Okay, Gina.
I now get to turn it over to Joel Peterson, Executive Director of the Wine Alliance, who will be sharing with you.
Very good. Welcome, Joe.
Thank you. Yes.
Good evening. Thanks for having me. My name is Joel Peterson, Executive Director of the Paso Robles Wine Country Alliance. Mayor Hammond, City Council members, city staff, it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for the opportunity to share this update on the Paso Robles Wine Country Alliance, and thank you for your continued support of our organization. Our team is a small but mighty one. We're focused on marketing, advocacy, education, and events that support our community and our membership. I'd like to introduce Krista Smith, who's our marketing director. She'll be speaking a few minutes later. And then I'd like to highlight that Carol Yeaman Sanchez, our development director, is also back with her kids in the back as well. We have a great board of directors who we work with. These are the local leaders in the wine and tourism space here in Paso Robles, representing wineries, growers, hoteliers, and restaurant owners. They guide our strategy, and they ensure we're always moving forward in service to both the industry and our community. We have some key community industry partners. Our partnership with the City of Paso Robles is foundational. It includes our annual contract to provide marketing, public relations, and industry education for the area. We also share a building with the Paso Robles Chamber of Commerce, creating strong synergy that enhances our downtown presence and the collaborative efforts with Travel Paso and others. I won't highlight this too much because Gina already did, but we have a new office, and most of you guys have stopped by, so thank you for that collaboration. It's great to be even closer to downtown and share that partnership. The key news today, you may have seen the press release that came out yesterday, is the economic impact of the Paso Robles Wine Country Alliance. We used a firm called Beacon Economics, which is a firm you guys use as well, for your tourism impact study. We did it for an economic impact study. The highlights are pretty impactful. $2.8 billion is the economic impact of Paso Robles AVA, with $2.6 billion from the broader SLO County and $2.8 when you take into account the ripple effect. The industry supports 8,900 jobs in the AVA, meaning 1 out of every 5 jobs in the AVA is tied to wine or wine tourism. Winemaking adds $2.32 in value for every $1 of vineyard activity, amplifying the economic returns across the supply chain. The industry generates $540 million in labor income, directly supporting thousands of local families. I've sent the press release out to you as well, and there's a link to the 65-page report if you want to read it in depth. There's also a great 12-page executive summary, which I always appreciate. Moving on to our pillars is we're in the process of a strategic planning process right now with our board of directors, which is great. And the 4 pillars that we have obviously have been honed a little bit, but advocacy and community, marketing, communications, trade and industry relations, and membership and education. With that, I'm going to have Krista go over a few of the marketing things that we do, and then I'll come back and wrap it up.
Welcome, Krista.
Good evening, everyone. The Paso Robles Wine Country Alliance has a strong membership of over 500 total companies, with 179 wineries, 30 growers, 130 hospitality partners, which are B2C businesses, and 180 associates, which encompass other businesses, typically B2B, that support the wine industry. To support our members and help give them the resources and tools that they need to do the best business possible, the PRWCA offers a robust annual membership education program. We have hosted nearly 20 educational events and workshops from January 2025 to date. A couple examples include our marketing boot camp, which is a day-long professional development workshop geared towards marketing. Hospitality 101 and 201 series, which is all about up-leveling your hospitality and how to provide exceptional service. We also do a BEST series, which is business excellence and service training, which are focused on people management and inside sales so far this year. Some upcoming educational topics remaining for 2025 include data-based decision-making, growing disease-resistant vines, and many more. Another one of our core pillars is advocacy and community, as Joel mentioned. A few key areas of focus so far this year have been around water and immigration enforcement. Our role in this area is to keep our members informed and educated on timely and relevant issues that are facing the wine industry. Marketing is one of our primary core pillars. Our marketing efforts all aim to increase awareness and support for Paso Robles wines and bring more visitors to the Paso Robles wine region. By driving people to Paso Robles, we are driving the success of many small businesses in the area. And we do this through a combination of marketing channels and approaches. Our website has seen over 720,000 views and 180,000 active users since January of this year. We also have a podcast that is in the top 1% of podcasts globally that has nearly 135 episodes and counting. We tell a number of stories for Paso Robles Wine Country through our Where Wine Takes You video series, which is an ongoing partnership with Acacia Productions. And we also have a number of more creative social media influencer partnerships, which is that image on the top right. That one was Sneaker Mechanic. He has nearly 2 million followers on TikTok. And we did a custom shoe design for Paso Wine Country over Paso Wine Fest this year. Also in marketing, we do a partnership with Wine Folly on our map and guide that is distributed in many channels throughout the area and across the state. We also worked recently with a photographer called Chris Lashinsky to expand our photo gallery with more beautiful images of Paso Robles that we can use in all of our marketing channels. And we recently completed an update to our free Paso Wine app to enhance the user experience, adding more filters and making it even easier for people to find information on Paso Robles Wine Country. Along with a robust digital advertising program, these are just a handful of the many tactics that we use to engage with consumers about Paso Robles and the wineries here. Trade and industry relations is another pillar of the PRWCA, both at home here in Paso Robles and across the world. Paso Robles Wine Country has been fortunate to earn an incredible global spotlight. We participated in international trade events in London, Dublin, and ProWine in Germany earlier this year. Each of these events are opportunities that are brought to us directly from the California Wine Institute. They have seen the work that our region has done over the years and continue to bring us new opportunities to showcase Paso Robles wine on the world stage. Locally in Paso Robles, we hosted 2 wine critic tastings, one with Venice and the other with Owen Bargreen. We also held an annual Paso Wine School this past April, which is a multi-day immersive experience in Paso Robles for wholesale buyers. We host about 15 members of the trade and provide them touch points with approximately 50 Paso Robles wine brands during their stay in the region. And the goal of our trade and industry relations efforts is really to influence the influencer. We want Paso Robles to be top of mind for the people who make the wine buying decisions and put Paso Robles wines in front of the consumer. Our media engagement efforts also continue to see success. We recently brought in a new PR agency called Nefer Smith Tucker, who is based out of San Diego, so local to California, and they have decades of experience working with other agri-food clients that they can apply to our space. Which is very exciting. And then for the second year in a row, we hosted a social media influencer tour over Paso Wine Fest weekend. So the 2 images on the left and in the middle are clips from their reels. They were 2 lifestyle influencers who created engaging content like those Instagram reels that continue to put Paso Robles in front of a younger generation of both traveler and wine consumer. Back to Joel.
Thank you. Wrapping it up, we do consumer events. We already this year did Blendfest on the Coast, Spring Release Weekend, Spring Release Month, and Paso Wine Fest. As far as and it's also participating in Orange County Restaurant Week and Pebble Beach Food and Wine. We had Paso Wine Fest 2 weeks ago. Hope you guys were able to make it. I think I saw a few of you guys there. 6 events over 4 days, 125 wineries, over 3,000 tickets issued, almost 3,000 people through the front gates, which is an increase from last year. The key takeaway here is it's getting younger, which we're excited about that. Paso Robles typically has an older profile for someone to come to Paso Robles. Our number 1 ticket buyer was between 45 and 54. Our number 2 ticket buyer was between 25 and 34. It's the first time ever we've had these lower numbers, which is exciting for the future of Paso Robles. And we're excited to see where it's going to go. So the other good news is we sold over 300 locals tickets. We do offer $99 locals tickets, and we had over probably if you take up to 3,000, probably a quarter of them were locals if you include the people who are pouring the wines and enjoying the festival. So the other key thing about Wine Fest this year was we were able to secure a key sponsor, Strauss, a German workwear company, which is able to kind of put us on a global scale with them as well. So pretty exciting news. Some fun photos from the event. And consumer events coming up. We've got an event next Friday in San Jose. We're bringing 50 wineries to San Jose to pour wines for the thirsty folks of San Jose. Virtual wine auction was moved to September. We raise dollars every year for high school scholarships. Over the past 4 years, we've gifted nearly $75,000 in high school scholarships to local seniors. We're going to be doing a tasting in Fresno County in September, along with a tasting in Bakersfield in September as well. And then we'll participate in the San Diego Bay Food and Wine Festival with over 50 wineries in November. In closing, I would like to say that we represent over 500 local businesses across wineries, hospitality, and other industries. We remain optimistic about the future of Paso Robles, thanks in large part to our strong partnerships like the one we have here with the city. We appreciate your time, your leadership, and their opportunity to continue building a thriving Paso Robles together. Happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you, Paul. Again, on behalf of the City Council, appreciate your opportunity to work with you guys. You're a great partner, both you and the Chamber. I mean, without you guys, I don't know how we would be moving forward with the tourism side of things, especially. So, thank you. Questions for Joel or Krista? Pro Tem Gregory.
Joel, thank you for everything you're doing. I have a question for you. There's a photograph of some caves being constructed. Is that close to land?
That is close to land. Yeah, that'll be, we believe, the sixth cave project in Paso Robles. Wow. Up on Nidaru Road. Yeah, pretty exciting.
And I see you in different cities almost every week.
He gets around.
I fly the Paso flag wherever I can.
Well, good job.
Thank you, Joel.
Thank you very
Krista.
much. Thank you.
Any public comment on the?
Yes, Dale Gustin. A little history for anybody in the audience that doesn't know. The Chamber of Commerce is the one that started the first wine festival, and Gary Eberly and Pasquale Massantuano were there. And Pasquale was my favorite winemaker. When he made a bottle of Ducey Zin it didn't stay on the shelf for more than a week. If you didn't get in and buy it in that first week you put it out, you didn't get one. And he was very good. I was glad to see he came to their grand opening. But the idea for starting the wine festival was, of course, to bring tourism. I think that it succeeded, and as you can see, the little tiny chamber we had then and the little tiny wine festival that we started with 17 wineries has proved to be a boon to this city.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? Greg?
Thank you, Greg Graywall. I really don't want to poop on their parade. I'm glad you didn't blend water with poop water to put on their wine. They seem to talk about raising dollars and do all these things. The reason we have Sigma is because of them. How many dollars have they raised to pay for Sigma? How many roads have they fixed? So out of all the things that they talk about and the community that they want to uphold, the 436,000 acres of the county is not theirs. 9% is irrigated. You're infringing on the rest of the people that moved here to live in the country, in farming, in cattle land, and enjoy a small town, not LA, not Disneyland, not Santa Barbara. The people that want to make money, I'm happy for them for what they want to do, but their encroachment on everybody else is a toll on everybody else. And last year you had 335,000 people at the fair. We used to have 425,000 people, and I think it'll come back. But there's a lot more people that live in the area, that live on the roads, that have to put up with the tourism and the different things that benefit the city, while the city's suing the constituents out in the area. And that's unacceptable. You want to claim all the money you're making and all the great things you're doing, then belly up the bar and start writing the checks to pay for the garbage that you created. I live on Highway 229, it's 9 miles long. I don't need to not be able to drive out of my driveway onto the road to get somewhere because of everything that's going on that benefits everybody else. Otherwise, don't charge me no taxes, don't charge me nothing, don't tell me what I need to do that benefits certain people in certain areas that are in certain businesses. That's not my problem, that's their problem. And I don't care. I want everybody. I have friends in the wine industry. I have nothing against wine. I love farming. Grew up in the farming areas. I raise cattle. I love roping. That's why I moved here. I didn't move here for LA and riots and Santa Barbara and Disneyland and art in the park and fart in the dark and homeless in the river. Think about the other people that live in this community.
Thank you. Anyone else? Thank you. We'll go ahead and start on then with our next presentation, Paso Robles Youth Commission update. And we have the Vice Chair of the Youth Commission, Cole Allman. Cole?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, council members. My name is Cole Allman. This is Amelia Peterson, and we will both be presenting what we've done throughout this last year with Youth Commission. So the first activity we're going to talk about is the SCORP Focus Group. This was California's next 5-year, 2026 to 2030 statewide comprehensive outdoor recreation plan for increasing park access, community-based planning, and health partnerships through grants. This was a community event where myself and Commissioner Shea both sat on with other commissioners from all the other advisory groups, as well as other local advisory groups and all local committees. We talked with the SCORP representatives and kind of talked to them about what we want to see with our parks and what we thought would be best.
Our second event was the Pumpkin Palooza party we hosted on November 16th. This was a free teen night for local junior high and high school students. And it was all autumn themed. So we had games inside and out, indoor and outdoor. And also we had a showing of the Nightmare Before Christmas with lots of fall, fun, autumn-themed activities. And we brought a lot of people together that night.
The next event was the Sign of Say event, which we first want to give a huge shout out to the police department who put this on. We're simply there with recreation services to help. But this was a really fun event. We saw tons of kids, passed out candy canes, got pictures with Santa. It was a wonderful event, and we just want to say one more time, thank you so much to the police.
And then we also have the Teen Center, which opened, I think, almost 2 years ago, where we host an average of over 60 youth a day with games, sports, and after-school activities. And we're looking to, we're going to keep increasing with more people with the increased grades from Georgia Brown, which can come over after school. We have young elementary school, middle school, and high schoolers. And some of the youth commissioners have stopped by after school to join in and provide support to this center.
Next up, we have the Dr. Martin Luther King celebration. So this is a multi-generational celebration within our community. The Youth Commission helped set up the event. We helped lead the march, and we also helped break down the event. This was a wonderful event that I hope everyone comes to next year, and we are really proud to be a part of it. We also had the second teen night of the year, which was in March. This was another free teen night where we didn't show a movie. We just had the gym and teen center open late. We saw a ton of kids, over 45 local teens from grades 6 all the way up to 12. It was a wonderful night, and we hope to do more in the future.
And then our next event was just recently, May 10th. It was the Super Summer Sign-Up Party. So this is where families come and they sign up for summer classes at Centennial Park. And so the youth commissioners, we helped set up and break down the event, and we assisted throughout the event, just watching the kids and also helping adults with any things they needed to register for these classes. And then lastly, as we're doing now, we often come to the city council meeting to show support and show our support for this, for our kind of sister thing.
Finally, we're going to talk about some of the goals. Our main one was our teen volunteer/recruitment subcommittee, which this year we had a record-breaking 25 new applications. So I apologize to the council members who had to sit through all of those. I'm sure it took a little while, but that is the largest number we've ever seen, and everyone, including myself who worked on the recruitment subcommittee, are super proud of it. We want to say thank you one more time to all of you guys for your support and coming to the meetings and helping us with everything we try to do. And one huge thank you to Ms. Klesha and Ms. 14 for everything they do, as well as Ms. Clark.
Sorry, our last slide. So for next year, we have some more goals. We recently got a presentation from the new homeless services manager, and we're hoping to be more involved with them next year and get the teen involved in that issue and just have more involvement. And then also increase more teen center usage. We want to have another teen night, and we have the new program coordinator for that as well. And that'll help with our other goal of creating more support services or groups for teens. And we hope that the teen center can become a place for youth to come for support and if they need any help in the area.
Well, thank you very much. I know we appreciate all the service that you guys do for all the other citizens in the community. It's really well done. I know that since we got the Youth Commission going again, I mean, this last time I think we had like over 20 people students trying to get on that committee, and we appreciate the enthusiasm, and it's a job well done, and continuing your work. Thank you. All right, we'll move on then to general public comments, and this is the time, and the public may address the city council on items within its purview but not scheduled on tonight's agenda. Council or staff may briefly respond to statements or questions posed by the public. Please fill out a speaker card and you'll have 3 minutes to speak at the podium. Those people wishing to speak on any item scheduled on tonight's agenda will be given the opportunity to do so at the time the item is being considered. So we'll begin. Greg, you're up there.
Thank you very much. Greg Graywall. I'm the Shooting Star Ranch Water Authority in the Creston area in the watershed. For months, if not years, your board and other members and your staff and stuff have threatened the constituents with, if you don't do something, the state's going to come in. I'd like to point out that the state created Sigma. The state told you there will be GSAs. The state told you GSAs will make a GSP. The state said that they will approve the GSP if it meets their standards. And then they told you you will honor what they approved in the GSP. All these things have been done. So this threat of the state coming in, the state's been here the whole time. And you took millions of dollars from the state. To me, when you want to claim later on you've been screwed and you've been taking money, you're a prostitute. Don't take money from the state if you don't want to do what the state said. The state mandated everything and you are required to do it, and we've done it. To come up with a joint powers agreement now and to claim that if we don't do this, the state's going to come in, it's just committing fraud. Later on, you're going to talk about an item, number 11, that deals with your urban water management plan. I'd like to say I've read your 05, 010, 015, and 020 urban water management plans that the same company's done, because we get the same consultants that go in the circle of the carousel of consultants that keep making money here. Every one of those things every 5 years that you committed to in those plans, you've never done. They're all a lie. You haven't used your Nacimiento water. You haven't done the things you said you were going to do. You haven't followed the prior agreement. You haven't, oh no, I forgot. You're a pueblo. And you didn't know that maybe Templeton just pulled out of the lawsuit because they have no rights to Pueblo. Neither will anybody else. So for 11 years, I've been being sued by this board and other members and Best and Krieger, claiming they have a right to easements on my land. And I don't even live in the water basin, which you stipulated to, which 42 properties don't. So just keep that in mind when this soon is over and those 42 properties want to be compensated for the illegitimate acts that you created against them. Again, I will bring up, I've lived on my place for 25 years. I was a 30-year veteran, so I guess I'm the fire chief there. I'm not a fire police officer. I am the water authority. For 25 years, I've done everything on my ranch for roads and water. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Mayor Hammond and members of the council, I'd just like to start by thanking you for the work you do here as members of the council and representatives of our city. Your work is vital, and I appreciate it very much. My name is Brett Knupford. I'm here as a member of the Paso Robles Democratic Club. I am here with members of the executive board and an awards committee. Tonight, we are bringing before you our second annual Steve Martin Community Service Award in honor of former Paso Robles Mayor Steve Martin, whose contributions we all know to our city were many and included bringing together a wide range of community members to work for the greater good of our community. Mrs. Jennifer Martin, the wife of Steve Martin, unfortunately could not be with us here tonight in person, but she is again supporting our efforts. The Steve Martin Community Service Award will importantly be nonpartisan. Each year it will be given to a member of our local community from Paso Robles, Shandon, San Miguel, or Templeton, who has made a valuable contribution to improve our quality of life. For instance, the award may be given to residents or to members of a city council, mayors included, who have brought together people to work in common purpose to improve our community in terms of housing, agriculture, the environment, education, safety, or social services. And I think it is worth repeating that The Steve Martin Community Service Award is nonpartisan. Central to its purpose and theme is not one's political affiliation, but rather the bringing together of members of our community to work in common purpose for the betterment of our community. The award will be given again in December at a local press event and consists of a very handsome tabletop crystal award and a very modest $250 stipend. We are seeking award nominations, which can be submitted online or by hard copy. We will be providing you a little later with copies of the nomination form via email with a cover letter that explains this award again and the award process. The address for everybody here tonight and for you of the online and paper versions is www.pasorobosdemocrats.org. And please remember, the award is, in fact, nonpartisan. We look forward to talking with each of you as our elected community officials and leaders and to other community members about the contributions you have made, and we encourage you and your neighbors to consider people you know and to make nominations for the second annual Steve Martin Community Service Award. Thank you very much.
Thank you for doing that in the name of Steve Martin. Appreciate it. Welcome.
Gloria Fama, Dorothy Avenue. I wanted to state for the record a public thank you to our Paso Robles Police Department. After watching the heavy-handed crowd control techniques used against people exercising their First Amendment rights in LA, which after the singular, unfortunate, spontaneous clash with ICE, I think the LAPD had to prove that they had the upper hand against the protesters, all for the benefit of the tyrant in DC. What was purely a peaceful no king demonstration of thousands of Angelinos that LAPD chose to use tear gas, pepper bombs, rubber bullets, and trampling horses courtesy of the LA Sheriff's Department to prove to the wannabe king that LAPD didn't need the help of the Guard and the Marines, who proved that they have no idea what the Posse Comitatus Act is. That being said, I want to publicly thank our police department here for the restraint and patience they have shown us in protecting our First Amendment rights and having our backs against agitators and diesel trucks. And I sincerely hope you will have the backs of our immigrant workers, residents, especially when they show up for their legal court appointments, so they are not illegally ambushed by the Gestapo techniques of ICE agents who refuse to honor everyone's due process rights. Thank you.
Yeah, you're next. Thank you, ma'am. Welcome.
Hi, Amy Salas, Paso Robles. Thank you all. I attended last Friday's Bubbles and Chalk event to bring awareness to the possibility of ICE in our community. It was really sad that members of the immigrant community were afraid to attend a family-friendly event. Given the events of last week in LA, Ventura, and closer in Santa Maria, please don't let this happen in Paso Robles. Our agriculture and hospitality industry depends on these folks. They and their families deserve more from Paso Robles because they give so much to this community. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, Linda George, 3126 Spring Street. Some of these are housekeeping issues, nothing of importance. But I do have a question, most of all. The ADUs, I know that we have prefab ADUs, but next door to me, and I hope I can get an answer to this, the end of the week is fine. The neighbor is building three two-story ADUs in one lot. Apparently, he said they're both supposed to match, he wanted to build it 18 feet high to match the complex, the housing apartments behind us. But the city said he had to decrease it by 16 feet. Here's my concern. There is a trend that's going on in the state of California where people are building apartments instead of ADUs. And in San Diego, primarily, they're getting away with it. I think there needs to be a complete line drawn. I'm not looking forward to 25 new neighbors all at once and a squished little property on top of it. You know, it's gonna be half the size. Well, he said there's supposed to be easement and all this other stuff and grass. That doesn't charm me when I'm gonna have an extra story up there peering down at the backyard. I can live with it. However, I don't know if you guys really want to set that trend and keep going with that. And I don't think approving apartment complexes in people's backyards, because we can do it here. Everybody has plenty of land. Anyways, that's that. So I'm hoping I can get a answer on that. I would like to see if you guys are going to allow people to build those kinds of types of ADUs, then fences and things like that to help their neighbors, sound control, whatever helps. I have to be honest, I live right by those. Mr. Strong said it before, we don't have a ghetto. We really don't. We have a little area where there's, primarily immigrants that live there, migrants. That's who I live with. They're very quiet. I don't hear a lot of ruckus. I know the cops, PD has a different issue. Anyways, that's that. And I wanted to follow up on Mr. Strong's travel. I wasn't comfortable with the fact that Mr. Strong cannot get a room when he's traveling to San Diego or anything like that. I think that that's unfair. I drive to the Bay Area twice a month at least. And I know those 12-hour days being on the road, they're really hard. Especially as you get older, you don't feel well, you're tired. So if someone can kick down some of their travel to get the Mr. Strong a room, I'd appreciate that. Last thing, public safety. Fest was great. I had such a good time this year. The public safety survey is wonderful. I am so excited about that. And I have been pushing for like a citizen public safety committee, but if we can get the feedback from that and just make improvements inside, then it wouldn't be necessary. But the public safety and the demonstration that Ross Porter did on the car extraction was very profound. I really hope that we can get that on YouTube. And the last thing I want to say in defense of Greg Graywall is I was a state worker for 30 years. When the state comes in, I can promise you the first thing we want to do is give it right back to you. There's no holding on the state coming in and taking it forever. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Sharon?
Good evening. I'm Sharon Roden, and I'm here speaking as a private citizen of our city in response to an item included on the consent calendar at the June 3rd, 2025 meeting. The subject item was approval of modifications to the Human Resources Division access to state and federal level summary criminal history information for employment purposes. Within the analysis portion of the report, it states that, quote, all employees and regular ongoing volunteers undergo a criminal history check, close quote. The analysis also states that these background checks were to be implemented, quote, for those with unescorted access, close quote. Though the report is focused on those working at the Public Safety Center, I think it's important we do not underestimate the necessity for security within our areas owned and maintained by the city. I brought this item up last year when on the City Council, and I believe this report's emphasis and intent for action is to reduce risk in sensitive areas and protect information which is vitally important for the security of our city. When one becomes a council member, that person is literally handed a key to City Hall. That counselor has unescorted access to City Hall 24/7. And as such, we should have the confidence in the demeanor and character of that individual. One can debate whether a council member is an employee of the city or not. But this report addresses employees and ongoing volunteers with unescorted access. I believe it's imperative that all city employees and volunteers with unescorted access to our governmental offices undergo a criminal history check. This should be inclusive of all individuals who may apply for or assume the role as a city council member, whether by election or by appointment. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Public comment? Francisco? Murray, why don't you head on over? There's a seat over there.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council members. Francisco Ramirez, Paso Robles. I, for one, is very proud to hear that report from the Youth Commission. I think that's great that we have individuals that young being involved and taking action with things that have to do with our community. I applaud them. And then for also the list that they started of taking action on a social issue, not just complaining about it. The part where it was number one, it was on top when they were doing their presentation, it said homeless. And that's something that was concerning to them and enough to talk about it and say they're going to do something for it, on it, and not just complain of our people that are here underneath the bridge. So I commend them for that. And thank you guys for supporting them with what they do. I think that's great. And I want to applaud you guys also too, because I know you're getting hit left and right from everybody else in the community, but I, for one, support that you guys did the vote to keep our water rights controlled locally here by you guys, by us, and not outside sources of individuals, within the state. So I thank you for that. I've been following this issue, not just here. I also been going to the county board of supervisors meetings there early in the morning, but they got coffee. So I always go there and get some coffee right in the back. So thank you for that. And then also, I got a survey from the police, from the fire department about our safety issues going on. And I want to thank the fire department for sending that. And I read it both in English and Spanish, and it's very well. So I want to say thank you and looking forward to continuing that effort and making, I want to continue to promote that the city use me as a middle person, to go and translate to our community members. As I always come to you because I hear from them, they're asking me to come into you and tell you complaints that they have. But I would like to, furthermore, in the future, set up, collaborate with the police department, the fire department, and show our community maybe, education on how to be safer around fires. The police department being there and showing off our new K9 unit and letting them know what we have within our departments. And I'll be glad to collaborate with the city and with you guys. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, welcome.
Good evening, Murray Powell, Templeton resident. I'm also owner of a house in Squirrel Hollow in the Paso Basin. Well, I'm back again. 2 weeks ago, I was at your city council meeting and questioning why there was no Paso Robles Basin GSA meeting agendized. With the upcoming 218 vote that now has been mailed out as of, it was dated June 9th, and I think it started hitting mailboxes the 11th or the 12th of the other day. In any event, I'm very surprised that there was no agenda item tonight again for the GSA. As I've mentioned to you folks before, this whole city council, 5 members, are the GSA. Mr. Hammond is a representative that was assigned to represent your group at the authority, the Paso Basin newly formed authority. Okay? And my questions back then, if you recall, are that Mr. Hammond and the other 3 members of that board are busy conducting so-called public meetings and voting on things, including I passed out my last meeting, a 5-year budget that your representative voted for that is supposed to cost $3.266 million a year for 5 years to fund something that we don't exactly know what the plan is to get done to resolve our water problems in the basin for the 5,000 or 6,000 well owners out there. So I'm back again. I had asked at the last meeting, there was a mention of having a meeting with Mr. Hammond, I thought, and I left a couple messages with him, and he didn't return them. And then I got a call from Mr. Leckel asking if I had any questions. And I didn't want to really discuss it with him. Mr. Leckel is not a representative of you on the GSA or on the authority board. So I'm still asking again to have a meeting with Mr. Hammond and County Council to clarify what is being done with you guys as far as dealing with the Paso Basin problems and the fact that you are not conducting proper GSA meetings. Thank you.
Anyone else? Do we have anyone online? Okay.
Wendy Lewis with Echo.
Okay. Wendy, can you hear us? Go ahead.
I can. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Wendy Lewis with El Camino Homeless Organization, or ECHO. Thank you so much, Mayor Hammond, and all the people on the council for the opportunity to speak. I was inspired today to call in by a meeting I had with Fire Captain Brown with the fire department. He is in a leadership program, and Fire Chief Stornetta encouraged him to reach out to me. And during our meeting, it was a lot about how the community can improve, what services in our community could improve, and a lot of questions on how Echo Paso Robles started. And so I went on the journey with him kind of from the early days, and wanted to call in and really share my continued appreciation and thanks to all of you that were in the original early days of bringing the life-changing resources ECHO does to our community. So Mayor Hammond, Councilman Gregory, Councilman Strong, Chief Stornetta, you guys really were part of that pieces of all the hard work it took to get us open and operating and providing the services we do. So just a huge thank you to all of you for that leadership and your willingness to help and support us. An update we have, we continue to see incredible outcomes with the partnership we have with the city, with our incredible team, our volunteers, and all the community that comes together to make the services at ECHO possible. And as of today, we've helped over 220 people back into the stability of housing and changing their lives forever. So I really, this partnership is just so meaningful, and to have a community working on solutions is not seen everywhere. So the other thing, I was also inspired by the Youth Coalition, and they also wanting to look at homelessness and bringing solutions to the community. So I would encourage the Youth Commission to reach out to me. I will gladly host a meeting, a tour, and help in any way we can to partner and collaborate, and also just improve our community for everybody in it. So thank you so much for your time. We're just grateful to be providing the services we do to the people we serve in the incredible community of Paso Robles.
Very good. Thank you, Wendy. Anyone else? Okay. Thank you very much. I'll move on then now to the item N, agenda items to be deferred. City Manager Huot, do we have anything?
Mayor, no items for deferral this evening.
Very good.
We have some questions.
You have some questions, Beth?
Sure.
If we choose to address them now, I guess, if you guys want to. No, not early. We choose to, if you choose briefly to respond. So do you wish to respond on any of the items that we just heard? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yep. Is there a specific question that you have, Chris, that you needed?
Mayor and Council, I'll do my best to try to respond first to Ms. Roden's comments, and then I think to Mr. Powell's comments. But in regards to security at city facilities, as mentioned, city employees and other volunteers and other folks that are accessing certain areas of city facilities do go through background checks. In terms of access, what I can tell you is about a year and a half ago now, we went through a pretty extensive security study. We're in the process of implementing those security improvements that are going to further delineate public spaces versus city staff spaces. So that's underway, and that'll be further underway later this year. And I think we're going to cover that in the budget presentation with the City Hall modernization project that's happening. So there will be security upgrades that really speak to who is able to access what and where and when and how. With that being said, and I may defer to the city attorney a little bit on this, the question about background checks for elected officials and then subsequent access to, say, the City Hall council office that may be behind, it's not currently behind a secured area, but could be potentially. That's a little bit more of a gray area, and I'll defer to the city attorney on that.
Thank you, Mr. Hewitt. So there are only really 3 criteria to become a city councilman, city council person. You need to live within the district, you need to be registered to vote, and you have to be over 18. Additional criteria are ones that we can impose. So a background check, even if we found something that was concerning, we wouldn't really be able to do much about it. The person would still be eligible to be in office and would be entitled to all of the same rights and privileges as any other council member. So if there is a particular incident that occurs, then that may be something that we could address, but council members are not employees for purposes of this type of analysis. So there's really very little that we would be able to do. We have to treat all of our council members equally.
Yeah, follow-up question, Elizabeth. So is that in the state constitution?
The criteria for running for office?
Yes.
I think it's in the Constitution. Yeah, I mean, you have to live in your district because we have elections by district. So that's under the Voting Rights Act. And then you have to be over 18 to hold public office. That's in the Constitution. And you cannot, you have to be eligible to vote or registered to vote. There are limitations for people who have committed crimes, certain crimes, who are not eligible to run for office because they are not eligible to vote. So if someone had committed a crime of that nature, they would be prohibited from running.
Thank you.
Good. Right. I know he left. Christopher, why don't you come out for a second? Let's explain how a GSA, in particular Paso Robles GSA, is to perform and operate with regard to how we, as a council, give direction to the GAPA.
I did call Murray, and I had a brief discussion with him, and I explained the whole reason, or one of the driving reasons to forming the JPA in the first place, was to assign them authority. All the GSAs were to assign them authority to pass fees and adopt budgets as it pertains to implementation of the GSP. It was deemed the most efficient and effective way in order to move this effort forward. So that authority has been granted by the GSAs that are signatory to the JPA for them to do that, and it doesn't require special consideration from the individual GSAs.
And actually, if I can clarify, it would be inappropriate for this board to direct a board representative to that board to vote in a particular way. They can express concern about an issue or whatever. But as an independent agency, which the GSA is, sorry, the JPA is, whoever's serving in that role has to exercise their own review, analysis, and independent vote.
I think that's Murray's question, is why we are not meeting on a particular item or all the items that we have to go over on JPA. He wants this agency to hear every one of them.
That's the authority of the JPA, not the city's
That
GSA.
is not within your purview.
Right.
This council's purview. It is within the purview of an independent agency.
I explained that to him before, but just doesn't seem to understand it, I guess. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Get back to the agenda items to be referred. We have none. Mr. Huat, then would you go ahead and give us an overview of the items on consent calendar? Looks like there's 12 of them tonight.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Yes, as you mentioned, 12 items on tonight's consent calendar. The first is the approval of the June 2nd, 2025 City Council special meeting minutes. This was for some advisory body interviews. Item number 2 is the approval of the June 3rd City Council meeting minutes. Item number 3 is a receipt and file of the Downtown Paso Robles Main Street Association budget for next fiscal year. This is pursuant to their contribution agreement with the city that this comes before the council. Item number 4 is the receipt of the warrant register. Since last time we were met, there have been $1.98 million worth of payments from the city. Only 2 that exceeded $100,000, which I'll cover now. The first was a payment to USA Bank. This was in relationship to the 2012 wastewater revenue bond. So this is debt repayment out of the wastewater fund in the amount of $414,863.23. And the next item is a payment to the San Luis Obispo County Animal Control Division for the fourth quarter animal control contract costs, and this comes out of the general fund in the amount of $116,478. Moving on, item number 5 is the receipt of the Treasurer's Report for April 2025. Item number 6 is the approval of a resolution that will award a contract to Newton Construction for the construction of the Regional Fire Training Tower project out behind Fire Station 3. Item number 7 is the approval of an amendment to the MOU with the Paso Robles Joint Unified School District. This is pertaining to the School Resource Officer Program and assuring that moving into next school year that this program remains as currently constituted with 3 officers and some additional equipment coming the city's way. Item number 8 is the approval of an amendment to the agreement with AECom. This is for the 24th Street Bridge project. This is for some additional design work. And again, this item is grant funded through a federal grant. Item number 9 is the approval of a resolution awarding a construction contract to J.J. Fisher. This is related to the annual sidewalk replacement project. There is a number of different damaged and sidewalk gap type projects, smaller in nature, that are addressed through our annual sidewalk replacement project. And so this is that annual item. Item number 10 is the approval of a resolution adding JAS Pacific to the list of qualified plan check and inspection service providers. This is, again, to assist our community development department in moving projects through the development process and making sure we have the capacity on the plan check side and the inspection side to do so. Item number 11 is the approval of an agreement with Todd Groundwater for the development of the city's 2025 urban water management plan. And then finally, the last item on the consent calendar is the approval of a resolution between the city and San Luis Obispo County for what are called cross-connection inspections, and these are done by qualified staff that the city doesn't have, that the county does, to ensure our water system, that there are no contaminated connections when development and other types of activity occur. So with that, that concludes my summary of the consent calendar. We're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Chris. Consent items are considered routine and do not normally require separate discussion. However, if any member of the council or the public wishes to have questions about a particular item or clarification, we can get those answered before the vote is taken. Secondly, any member of the council or the public that wants a full discussion of an item will cause that item to be pulled from the consent calendar and considered separately at the end of the discussion items list on the agenda tonight. I will now ask the council if they have any questions or have any wish to pull a particular item. No. On this side? Good. Anybody on the public side? Dale?
Dale Augustin. Contrary to Sharon Rhoden's comments, I know a police officer that worked at the school who passed a background test.
Dale, we're talking about consent items right now. So
yeah, you got one on there for the police officer for the school.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm commenting on that.
All right.
And the background check is not an absolute on those employees, because this employee ended up getting fired because of fraternizing with high school students. So you got to have a better check than what they use for background checks other than what they're using.
Point taken. Anyone else?
On number 8, I just wanted to get a better understanding. I thought this was about the Vine Street Bridge, but this is the 24th Street Bridge.
Over the railroad tracks.
So the amount of money that's being asked for, my question is that a significant amount compared to what the project was supposed to cost? So in other words, how much more are we paying for this? And will it expedite it and or will it be done, I think it was 2026, I'm not sure when it will be done. That's
okay.
all.
Chris, can you answer that, or Detus, one of the two?
You may want to refer to Detus. I'll give it a go, but AECOM is working on the design phase of this agreement, and so there's some additional design work that's needed. And so I believe we are increasing the contract by about $407,000. And if I'm not mistaken, that was a previous amendment. So we're increasing the contract by what is Adidas by about $450,000 thereabouts for this additional design work. $396,000 of that is funded through the federal government through a grant, with the remaining $54,000 through traffic impact fees. I'll let Ms. Esperanza talk about the work that's being done under the agreement and how it relates to the delivery of the project.
Yeah, Detus.
So the federal highway grant gave us approval to do final design on the 24th Street Bridge, and we've been working on that for the last year and a half. We're down to the end of the project, and because of some challenging negotiations with Union Pacific in trying to get them to approve the project because we're going over the railroad. Also, we've been negotiating with the Mid-State Fair Board to do the land swap between the city and the Mid-State Fair so we can do the bridge and expand its width. So due to those challenging issues, we've had to increase the project design costs. And as Mr. Hewitt alluded to, a big chunk of that is being paid by the federal highway grant. We're almost done with the design. We're just waiting to acquire the right-of-way. And then once that is all done, then we will submit for the final construction funding with the federal highway grant.
Was this the extra that they're asking for, though? Wasn't that known ahead of time, or is this because of the railroad and just the negotiations with the fair district?
Correct. This is an unforeseen expanded scope of work, and we presented it first to the federal highway grant, and they said, no problem, here's the money. They gave us the money, and now we have to approve to use that money to pay them.
And we were putting in about 100-something thousand.
Excuse me?
We're putting in about 150,000.
I think less than that. It's just 11% match.
Match. Very good. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Anyone else on any questions? Okay. I'm good on my questions too. That was one that I had read about and was kind of interested in too. So glad somebody asked that. We'll bring it back to council then for direction and or action.
Mayor Hammond.
Pro Tem Gregory.
I move we approve items 1 through 12 on the consent agenda item.
Second. Okay, a motion by Gregory, second by Strong. Any discussion? Okay, we'll call for the question, Melissa.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Councilmember Beal?
Aye.
Mayor Hammond?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Very good. Moving on to public hearings, we'll open the public hearings, and the first item on that is the approval of a resolution confirming the existence of weeds and noxious growth, creating a potential fire hazard, and ordering their abatement. Mr. Paul Patty, Battalion Chief.
Paul Patty, Battalion Chief, Fire Marshal, City of Paso Robles. Good evening, Mayor Hammond, members of the council, and city staff. This evening, I will provide an update on the 2025 hazardous fuel outlook and the city's continued efforts to reduce wildfire risk within Paso Robles. 2025 hazardous fuels outlook. Paso Robles recorded 9.71 inches of seasonal rainfall, which is 63% of our historical average of 15.51 inches, based on records dating back to 1942. Despite lower rainfall totals, the intervals between storms encourage robust vegetation growth. Without consistent follow-up rainfall, these lush growths quickly dry out and become hazardous fuels. Elevated temperatures have already begun drying vegetation, as seen on our golden hillsides. As temperatures continue to rise, the risk of vegetation fires increases significantly. The City of Paso Robles remains proactive in addressing these hazards. In 2019, the city amended Ordinance 1068 NS, establishing minimum requirements for the abatement of hazardous fuels and rubbish. Historically, our peak fire season runs from July through November. Thanks to proactive measures like the weed abatement program and the Riverbed Fuels Mitigation Plan, we've experienced a significant decline in the quantity and size of vegetation fires over the past 4 years. 2025 abatement inspections. The city contains over 11,700 parcels. Initial inspections for compliance with Ordinance 1068 NS took place during the first week of May. These inspections identified 630 parcels as non-compliant, a 41% reduction from our peak of 1,069 violations 2 years ago. Notices to abate were mailed to property owners using addresses on file with the county assessor's office. Over the following 4 weeks, additional inspections were conducted. Properties still in violation received a second notification referencing both the ordinance and tonight's public hearing. In cases where mail was returned, physical notices were posted, staked, or applied to their doors on the property. Ongoing inspections continue to find a reduction in violations with the goal of full compliance by July 1st. As of this evening, I have an updated list of non-compliant parcels outlined in Exhibit 1A, reduced to 27, which I will provide to the city clerk for inclusion in the records of this public hearing. Of those 27, there are 3 that are on the schedule to be abated by 7 a.m. tomorrow. However, if they're not abated and they're not added to the list tonight, they cannot go forth on the city abatement process. This evening, we respectfully request the City Council declare the remaining non-compliant properties listed in Exhibit 1A as public nuisances. This will grant the fire chief the authority to proceed with abatement in accordance with Ordinance 1068 NS. Thank you for your continued support in helping maintain a fire-safe community. End of report.
Thank you, Paul. Questions for Paul Patty? Very good. Anyone from the public?
Does the list include,
Linda? Yeah,
sorry,
state.
3126 Spring Street,
There you
Linda George. Does the list of people that have not done their weed abatement, does that include commercial properties?
Yes, approximately a third of the properties on this list right now are commercial. Approximately a third of this list has commercial properties on it.
Very good. Anyone else? Sharon?
Quick question, Sharon Roden. Do you have a list through the city of the people that we are engaging, the city engages to clear the properties?
Our contractors, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you mean the contractors?
Yeah.
Yes, we have a process where we put out a notice for contractors to apply to be part of our abatement. Over the last several years, it's come down to just one company that's done it.
Very good. And we will engage them to do the work if the owners do not.
So with the approval tonight, what I will do is I will go down and drive the list of properties, the remaining ones in the morning, first thing in the morning, determine which ones are still active as of tomorrow morning, and send that list to the city contractor. They have until June 30th to complete these abatement procedures, and they will schedule it between tomorrow and June 30th to get done.
Very good. Okay. Thank you. All right. We'll close public comment. Anyone on the Council have any more further questions?
I'm ready to make a motion.
Pro Tem Gregory.
I move we approve the resolution approve resolution 25XXX, confirming the existence of public nuisances described in Exhibit A and ordering the abatement of weeds or noxious growth to abate the nuisance.
Second.
Okay, motion by Pro Tem Gregory, second by Councilmember Beal. Any discussion on the item? I'll call for the question.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Beal?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Mayor Hammond?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
There you go, Paul. Thank you. We'll close the public hearings now and move on to discussion items. First item on that is going to be second reading and title only, adoption of ordinance number 1153, amending Paso Robles Municipal Code, Chapter 12.44.010 regarding employee parking permits. Mr. Hua, you have that item.
Thank you. Yes, Mayor and Council, this item is a continuation of an item that you last heard at your December 17th meeting. Just a second for the presentation to pop up. While the title is kind of the more technical title, this really has to do with the city-owned downtown parking lots and the future utilization of those lots. So as I mentioned, this item has been before the council previously. It really started back in August of 2024 when the city council requested some additional information on what a low-cost permit program and additional enforcement options would look like within these lots. We brought that information back to you on December 3rd with our findings and recommendations, and at that time it was staff's recommendation to return the lots to first come, first serve public parking lots without any sort of restriction or permit needed to park in those lots. At the time, the council held the first reading of this ordinance, and then we brought it back as we typically do for a second reading on December 17th. At that time, council received additional input and feedback and directed staff to continue this item to this meeting today and conduct additional outreach with stakeholder groups before coming back to this meeting. I'm just going to do a very brief history because I know we've covered this several times, and I'm happy to dive in if there are additional questions, but I'll cover this at a very high level. The employee parking lot program was implemented in December of 2018. It was done prior to the on-street paid parking program. It was really an attempt to encourage employees to avoid parking in those on-street spots in front of downtown businesses. For $5 a month at the time, or $60 a year, employees would have the exclusive right to park in several city-owned lots. The four that are circled on the screen in yellow are the ones that remained before the permit program was no longer active, and that was as of January 1st of 2025. So these are the four lots, Spring and 12th, the lot adjacent to Marv's Pizza, the alley between Pine Street and Railroad, and then the Railroad lot that's at Railroad and 12th Street. The total amount of spaces in these lots, I believe, is 98, or it represents about 5.4% of the total parking spaces if you take the on-street spaces and the public parking lots combined. As I mentioned, when the on-street parking program went away, so did the system that the city was using to manage the employee parking permit process. And so really what happened was any annual permits that were purchased prior to the on-street parking program going away were still recognized, but essentially no new permits were issued. And then as of January 1st of this year, those annual permits expired, and staff has not issued any new permits because, again, we've been having this discussion, and B, we don't have a system in place to do that. This is just another way of looking at those lots. The blue shaded areas, the downtown business improvement district boundaries. We just like to make a note that 3 out of the 4 lots are within that district. 1 is not, and that's the 12th and Railroad Street lot. So some of the discussions we've had previously, I've tried to take several slides and condense into one. First, there were questions on the ownership of the lots and if there were any restricted uses. All those lots are city-owned based upon an exhaustive title search and a review of various documents that the city has access to. There were no restrictions or anything else that would limit the utilization of those lots, whether that be for employees or for public parking. They were implemented as a way to generally benefit the downtown area and the businesses downtown to provide additional parking. There was request to the council at the time to look at a low-cost decal program. I think we sufficiently covered this in the December meeting, but essentially we don't have the staff in-house to do this. What we did is we found a third-party vendor that would be able to do it for about $9,500 a year. It would require a small subsidy because at the time we were recommending that if you wanted to do this, that the program would cost about $30 a year for an employee. So when you did the math, it came out to where the general fund would be providing a small subsidy to the actual programming and management of the lots. But at that time, I think one of the concerns that staff had was that essentially we would be asking employees of downtown businesses to pay for the exclusivity of parking in the lots when the on-street parking spots are now free. And so really what is outside of potentially being part of an employee's requirements for working for a business, what is the motivation when your on-street parking spots are free? The other thing we talked about was when the on-street parking program went away, so did the staff that did the enforcement and the management of the program. So we have no dedicated staff for parking enforcement. We really don't have any capacity to redirect staff to do that full time. Again, it's difficult because even if there was a permit program, you can't restrict downtown employees from parking on street. There's just no ability to do that. And then if the council was to want some additional enforcement, we would, that ranges. If you want a part-time staff member doing that, you're at $27,000 up to about $122,000 annually for a full-time staff member. And these numbers are probably about a year or so old now. The other component of this discussion that we had was the 30-minute spots, and we're not recommending any changes to those. I think everyone's aware that those spots are there for a quick errand. They are generally seeing turnover. We have not had significant complaints that people are abusing those 30-minute spots. And enforcement is complaint driven, so much like the department gets other different calls for service, they will prioritize those calls for service and respond as they can to address those spots. The difference with those spots, again, is that they're a timed spot that's applicable to anyone that parks in there, regardless of their status as an employee or patron in downtown. And so we still can enforce those a little bit easier. So one of the assignments that you gave staff was to do additional stakeholder outreach, and we've done that. We've met with the Main Street Association on 3 different occasions, including a meeting with Board President Jeffrey Weinsinger. We met with their Design and Economic Development Committee, and we also met with their Board of Directors at a regular meeting. We also met with our stakeholders with Travel Paso, the Wine Country Alignment Alliance, and the Chamber of Commerce. This is a very summarized version of the feedback we received. The Main Street Association, and I think they have correspondence that's attached to the staff report that provides the more holistic version of their feedback. But essentially, their recommendation was that there be no formal permit program where an employee would have, or an employee or an employer would have to pay. That they would like to see some what we call honor system signage be placed in these lots that would designate them as employee preferred lots without really any sort of enforcement capacity or capability by the police department. And I'll get to more detail on that in just a minute. The Wine Alliance, the Chamber of Commerce, and Travel Paso also agreed that no permit program was the right direction to head in. But the difference is they all provided feedback to state that they would like those lots to revert back to public parking lots to be open to patrons to employees to anyone that is frequenting the downtown area. So a little bit more about the Main Street Association recommendation. Their recommendation was to remove those permit parking only signage, which I think would need to happen either way. The additional caveat here is they'd like to have new signs installed. Really what they're looking for is signage that would say employee preferred parking for these spots. And I think what they're thinking of, and the examples given, is if you go to shopping centers, your big box stores, on occasion they have signs like the one shown here where they have spots that are designated via signage for veteran parking. In this case, I've seen them for expecting mothers or others. These aren't spots that are required like an ADA handicap spot would be. It's just more of a showing that there's some preference for individuals that fall into these different categories that these individual shopping centers, in this case, or stores designate. The curbside pickups are another big one that we see now, especially over the last 4 or 5 years. So that's kind of the basis of what their recommendation is. What they expressed to us is that they would like to find an opportunity to seek that voluntary compliance, meaning they would like to be able to say that there are these preferred spots for you. There's no cost to them, and you can go right around the corner and park in those lots. The barrier to entry is low. The big takeaway from city staff on this one is that, again, just reaffirming the fact that the police department wouldn't be able to go in there and do any enforcement related to the status of the individual, whether they're an employee or not. That wouldn't be something, if this was to go into effect, that the police department would do. So that was something that we reiterated, is that the expectations, we would have to have long memories in terms of the expectations. And that's why, as you'll see in a minute, if the council so chooses to go down that route, we have included some language in one of the options that's available for you to affirm essentially that the department wouldn't have the availability of the enforcement, on the basis of an employee versus not being an employee. So this is a continuation of an item. So we continued forward the staff recommendation from the last meeting, which was to delete this section of the municipal code. I would say that regardless of whether or not the council decides to move forward with a version of the Main Street Association recommendation, we're recommending that this section of the municipal code be deleted because it's referencing an employee permit program that no longer exists, that the staff's not recommending, and based on the last discussion with the council, I don't know that the council is looking to re-implement any sort of formal permit program that comes with management and costs and is official, so to speak. So either way, that municipal code, we would want that to be cleaned up. If you were to adopt what staff recommended at your December 17th meeting, it would have this corresponding impact, the bullet points that I listed under here. So it would be a cleanup item to remove code that's no longer necessary. It would convert those spaces to first come, first serve without any sort of time restrictions. Of course, those lots would still be available for downtown employees to use at no cost, along with patrons. And that option would not install the honor system employee preferred parking signage. Again, we said if you want to look at that option, there's an option 3 in your staff report that better outlines in detail what that would look like. We're not recommending any changes to the 30-minute spots. And generally the feedback on those spots, there wasn't, I don't think, any strong preference one way or another. There were some questions about how many of those there are on a given block. Of course, some businesses that have patrons that may want to stay longer in the business by nature of that business, tend to not prefer them. Others do, but I think that right now it strikes a good balance what's out there. And then I also wanted to mention that there's been a lot of discussion about need to improve some of those lots for lighting and for pavement and for other infrastructure improvements. And so I believe at the last meeting or the meeting before that, you all approved a construction contract to make improvements to the lot adjacent to Marbs and to the Railroad Street lot. And so that improvement those improvements are moving forward regardless of the future utilization of those lots. So those lots will be redone. We're coordinating with stakeholders. I've asked Mr. Sloan to be the coordinator amongst our stakeholder groups to make sure they're informed about the sequencing of those projects and when closures are going to happen to keep everybody informed. With that, that concludes my presentation. We're happy to dig in on any questions you may have. And again, appreciate the opportunity to present. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Questions of Chris? Start over here on the right. Councilman Bausch.
So while we're on this slide, approve second reading by title only and adopt ordinance 1153, deleting section 12.44.010, would not install honor system employee preferred parking. Is that because it would be prohibited, or
it's probably a nuance?
Some clarification on that?
Yeah, so it's a nuance. So we have one recommendation. There's two options in your four options really, but option 2 just does the second reading. This is essentially the continuation of the item that was before you in December. So this recommendation is what you saw in December. This is just kind of a carried forward recommendation. Option 3, which is in your staff report as well, is a little bit longer. It's on the screen now. It would still delete that section, but then it adds the direction to staff to implement those employee preferred parking signage at the various lots, and then have the council affirm that there will not be any ability for the department to enforce the employee versus non-employee item.
Thank you. I appreciate that nuance.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay. Over here? Okay, then we'll open up the public. Anyone wishing to make comment on this item, please come forward.
Hi, Linda George, 3126 Spring Street. Great report, Chris. I just have a favor to ask of the staff. Can you number the pages? I have a printer that spits it out in 5 different directions. My only question is, why would you need signage to say preferred parking employees? My concern, and I preface that with, we're going to have some more hotels down there pretty soon. And I'm staying at a hotel. I don't want to pay that $35 concierge fee for parking at the hotel. So I decide to park in a preferred employee parking. And now you're saying there's no enforcement. So I come in from work and I want to park in that parking lot, and there's a bunch of hotel people parked there. All the lots are full. I call the police department and say, hey, I can't park there. Is that going to be an issue? I mean, is that going to be something that's resolvable for the employees? Because if you say preferred parking, I think it's the language, it's a little loose. And there are just options of signs where you could say visitor and employee parking, or do a combo. How many signs are there going to be? I understand it's negligible. However, do we really need signs? Is my question. I think anytime we can save money, let's save money. But that's my question. If you're going to say that it's going to be preferred employee, well, if I'm, what's that word? Entitled, and I want that parking spot for the day. So those are just things to think about, especially as the city grows. I say this every Tuesday or every time I'm here, we're going to be 44,000, we're going to be 50,000. Including these meetings, 2 a month aren't going to be enough down the road. There's so much business going on with JPA and stuff like that, but that's my question on that.
Thank you. Dale?
Good evening, Dale Guston. I am here. I'm not going to give you all the history on the paid parking and how we were against it from the start, because I'm here just to say the majority of the downtown merchants want option 3. And we're willing, all the merchants are willing to take on the obligation of getting their employees to use those lots. But we need them marked as we've requested so that we can say, there you have a lot to park in. Go there instead of parking in front of the downtown merchants. That's kind of way back to where we were at in 2018. But it's a step forward because we didn't have any lots designated for employees before then. This is a nice thing that you're doing if you adopt option 3. You're keeping those lots available for the employees, and if the employers get their employees to use those lots, we will solve the employee parking problem. And I think it can be done. There's always going to be one person that may not follow it. We have people that get parking tickets that they didn't pay. But it's just a thing that people are going to not be nice people at times. All it takes on this for option 3 is for the employers to get nice employees that want to go along with this to keep the employees from parking on the street in front of the businesses. Thank you.
Thank you. Francisco.
Thank you. Francisco Ramirez, Paso Robles. I would, my comment to you is if you can, in the future, also keep the HBA in mind as a resource. You know, we're a local nonprofit organization, as you know, and just keep us in mind so that we can help you dilute and divert and inform our community also out there. You know, I have, when questions from the fire department they have, that they call me in the morning and reach out to me, the police department also. Just last week, we had an incident where we had 3 different units, Paso PD downtown at the by the corner of 34th and Park Street, and our community was scared and anxious, thinking that there was immigration here in Paso Robles, and there wasn't. I happened to go there early in the morning so I can go get my pan dulce, so I could do some, you know, pan dulce and coffee. And they saw me. You know, I've been in Paso Robles forever, and both police officers reached out to me. Hey, how you doing? You know, good morning. What are you doing? I was like, I'm here to get breakfast, pan dulce. Would you like some? And literally, like less than 3 minutes, I start getting calls and texts. You know, people in the community reaching out to me. Hey, you know, we heard, you know, we have ICE here in Paso. And I was like, no, I was just there in person, you know, and letting our community know that we have local law enforcement there doing their job for what they need to do and keep our community safe. So just, you know, just like other people reach out to me, I would like for you guys to also reach out for the HBA, and so we can, you know, use this as a resource. Thank you.
Thank you. Sharon?
Hi, I'm Sharon Roden. I'm speaking as a private citizen. Honor is when one gives a guarantee of one's word or performance. But the proposed honor system for employee preferred parking is based upon deceit and deception. There is nothing that prohibits anyone, employees, business owners, tourists, or residents, from parking where they choose to park downtown. There are a few exceptions, handicap parking, 30-minute parking, but unless someone calls to complain, are these spots even enforced? We know, in fact, they are not. To spend money on signs that are in reality useless is an absolute waste of taxpayer money. There is no enforcement, no fine, no repercussions to where we may choose to park. Given the fact, other than legal handicap placard vehicles, there should be no free and special benefit to any one group or person over the other. I have even seen business owners who park in the alley for long periods of time without repercussions. And as I recall, one of the major issues during the whole parking deal was that the employees had to use these lots and were concerned for their safety. What has changed? The solution is not an honor code. The solution is about common sense. We eliminated the parking program. Let's not continue the farce that one still exists in any form. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Jeff, welcome.
Good afternoon, evening. Jeff Wiesinger, President of the Main Street Association Board and local business owner. Thank you, Mr. Huot, for the presentation. It was a good summary. Is there a chance we could put up that option 3? This is what we, as the Main Street Association, are advocating for. To clarify some questions that we've had in the gallery here, I believe there very much is a purpose to having a goodwill gesture that the City of Paso Robles and the Paso Robles Main Street Association can collaborate on to demonstrate to the community, to our downtown district, that we are, in fact, concerned about parking in downtown. It's been quite a contentious issue. I took some pictures this afternoon as I was driving around. The current signage, the monthly permit required that we are all aware that has not been enforced in quite some time. Someone sprayed graffiti on it, getting rid of the permit required sign. That's an example to me of what a contentious issue it has been, that they've taken upon themselves to do that. We have 30-minute parking signs. We have public parking signs. I'm sorry I wasn't able to get these printed up here. But I also went over to the lot at the train station, and we have what appears to be a City of Paso Robles sponsored sign that says commuter parking available at corner of 7th and Pine. That's just a community information sign. There's also a sign that reads overnight long-term parking ahead. Once again, educational kind of sign. What we are advocating for with the employee preferred parking sign is requesting that you, while we want to get rid of the permit parking and we want to completely get the parking program out of the municipal code, we would like to see the City of Paso Robles still demonstrate a goodwill gesture along with the Main Street Association that we are concerned about employee parking and would like to be able to use the sign, get away from the terminology that seems to be so negative with enforcement and municipal codes. This is just a goodwill gesture saying, so the downtown businesses can designate, these are your employee preferred parking spots. They could be taken over by anybody. Anybody can go get in those spots, but just like the veteran parking only or some of these other things that have no municipal code associated with it, there's no enforcement. It is strictly a sign that demonstrates that City of Paso Robles and the Main Street Association take the parking issue seriously, and we want to be able to have a very basic sign, if we use the terminology, employee preferred, employee designated. The terminology is quite important, but it really just becomes, it's free parking. It's free parking for everybody. We ask that this be an area where, as business owners, we could tell our employees, try the employee preferred lot. And if there's nothing there, it's fair game for everybody. It's a goodwill gesture and a community service that we're requesting. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Norma, it's coming up. That's okay. We got most of the night.
31 years. I would think I was in the wrong town if we didn't talk about parking. Okay. I wanted to start. Can I share a little story?
State your name first. Yeah.
Mayor Hammond, council, you're wonderful. Anyway.
Norma.
My name is Norma Moy.
There you go. Okay.
Executive Director of the Downtown Main Street Association. We work hard to please everybody. But anyway, to share this little story, I thought I'm going to ask a young man. So I went into the ice cream shop, which I shouldn't be in, and I got an ice cream cone and I said, hey, where are you parking? Oh, in the street. You are? And you're a block away from a whole lot? He says, well, yeah, I can't park there. It's got a sign that said I need a permit. I said, hey, don't believe everything you read. You know, we'll try and take care of that so that now if we get the signs changed that employees can park here, will you park there? Oh yeah, because that's more convenient. So I hope you all have got to get tired of parking. I mean, it's kind of a dull subject. Anyway, thanks for listening.
Thank you, Norma.
You're all doing a tough job.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Right? Yeah.
Pat, welcome.
Hi, I'm Pat Benek of Paso Robles. I just thought I'd come up here and talk about the parking. I think the parking lots should just be available to people. If you have a big business downtown and you don't want to park in the streets, you want to have access to your shops, you just tell your employees, come on. So the biggest employer downtown is Glen Air. There must be 40, 45 people working there. From day one, they were told, don't park on the street, and they don't. So I think the responsibility should be on the businesses, not in the city, to try to control who can park where.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone online? Melissa?
No, sir.
Okay. We'll close public comment and bring it back to council for discussion on our side now. Who'd like to open up? Councilman Strong.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, and I was here when we started this whole thing. And that's when Norma and Main Street had tried for 20 years to get the downtown businesses to tell their people not to park on the street. And so many of the businesses didn't tell their people that and said, oh, we can't do that. We can't tell our people what to do. Until finally somebody tried to remind them that, number one, if you're telling them what they must wear while they're working, and if you can tell them that they're not allowed to curse out their customers, then you can tell your employees what they're doing during their working hours. That's your right as the employer. And I'm glad to hear that they finally got it, and that now they all want to enforce this. In fact, I don't think we should have gotten in the business in the first place, because government has no business trying to manage private industry. And so I think this is the wisest thing we've done since the mistake we made in putting this in the first place. And at the same time, I have to say I see nothing wrong with doing what Main Street is suggesting. An advisory that says employee preferred parking is not saying employee parking only. And so anyone else who knows the English language can know that they can park there if that's where they want to park. But it's preferred for the employees. And I see nothing wrong with approving this particular section, the third option. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. You wait. Okay. This side. Pro Tem Gregory.
So I like having the word employee on the sign, but I'm a little worried about preferred. But my comment is, I like the idea. I think we should just say employee and public parking. End of story. We're going to have to pay for the signs anyway to say public parking. But if you say employee and public parking, it has that designation. And I don't know how, if Jeff is still here, I'd like to hear it. What do you think of that idea?
Great idea.
I just, so, good. All right, thanks.
Okay. Chris?
Yeah, I like the concept that Councilmember Strong brings up as far as an advisory. I think that's an appropriate way to look at this. I would like to go just with a straight option 3, but I could certainly bend and reach consensus to have employee and public parking. I think it's a reasonable compromise. So thank you for that.
Okay. Councilman Beal.
Just a couple things. Yeah. So I remember when this came up before, it was December 17th. It was my first meeting. And so Welcome to the council. Welcome to the
in.
council. Yeah. So actually, that means that this is my 6-month anniversary, and part of my story here is this story. And I really want to thank staff for taking direction of council to really take the time and go meet with all of these different groups. It's not an easy thing. We have a lot of different groups with different ideas about how things should be done. There's not consensus, really. And I think it's important to remember that, people have valid ideas regardless of, and they might be different. So I appreciate that Main Street has said that they're committed to kind of educating the employees and directing them to park in the lots. I know that would need to happen regardless of what the sign says. I am concerned about there being confusion when I first sort of bumped into this. Confusion about, well, if it says employee preferred, would public know that they could park there? I see it as potentially as being confusing. That said, I think Councilmember Gregory's idea clears that up. So I would favor supporting that.
Okay, thank you. My 2 cents is basically right from the beginning, I take exception with Fred's comment about that, we were not going to regulate business. No, we were never into regulating business. We were regulating public property. And that was the problem with this whole thing, that we had a certain group of people abusing parking spaces where the public had paid for them, take care of them, and had a right to use them when they come downtown. And there was none to be available because of the employee issues. So that was the whole reason for the parking program in the beginning, to try to get some teeth, some legal teeth, into making things easier and better for the public to use their downtown parking. Personally, right now, given all the testimony that we've seen with regard to Paso Wine, Chamber, Travel Paso, everyone that was asked to weigh in on this has asked and said that basically just turn them back to public parking, which again is my opinion. I don't really feel by putting any kind of signage up there indicating employee is going to be sending a confusing statement to a visitor or even our general public that maybe I shouldn't park here. Those are the people who abide by laws. They read something, they think, well, I guess I can't do that. When, it's going to send a wrong kind of a signal here that they can't even use their own parking space when it's vacant that's open at the time they drive by. So that's what I'm concerned about. I think, again, it's all public property. The employees can already park on the street. There's nothing we can do about that. And to give them a special place to be able to still park and not let the public even park there is totally off the question. So again, I don't know with regard to the signage that we should put up there, but I basically want to say it's public parking. Anyone that's public, including an employee who's public now, can park there without any regulation. The only thing I do want to make sure, though, is we do keep those 30-minute spaces. I've had a lot of comment on that. I think we need to enforce them every once in a while. Again, that has to do with the business owners that see a car parked there for 4, 5, 6 hours. They ought to, call the police, come over and check it. We need to enforce that because that's what that is for, is a quick in and out of a store. Somebody coming downtown, want to pick up something from a store for a few minutes. We need to have those abilities to do that close to that particular store. And that's why we have them on the end of every block. So that I definitely want to keep. And as far as the signage, public parking, that's the way I'd run it. So, Chris, I'm not sure, with the way you have it set up, written here on option 2, having the second reading, does that essentially do the same thing as I just said, or do we need to modify it to make,
Yeah, so option 2 would delete the section in the Muni Code and then essentially turn those lots into first come, first serve public parking lots. And by extension, if the council was to go that direction, we would make the necessary updates for signage to reflect that. Option 3 was based on the Main Street discussion that with the tweak that the sign would say employee designated, employee preferred. But yes, option 2 would do it what you just spoke about.
Right. So, Mayor Hammond, I'd like to make a motion in honoring, I'm going to call this the Hammond Norma decision. So I move that we adopt or approve the second reading in option 3 by title only and change the wording to employee and public parking. It very clearly says both. There's no restrictions, there's no regulation by anybody. And I think it would solve the kid in the ice cream shop's problem and the general public's problem, wouldn't be confused by preferred, so.
I second that motion.
Okay, motion by Gregory, second by Strong. Discussion? Okay, all right. Well, I don't really want my name on that because I'm not going to vote for it, but that's okay. It's a good compromise. If it works and if it works for everybody, then let's move forward.
This is America.
Okay.
Mr. Gregory?
Yes?
If we can just get one clarification.
Yep.
So part of option 3 from staff was the affirmation that there will not be any liability, or I'm sorry, there will not be any ability for the police department to enforce non-employees from parking in these lots. I'm assuming that's part of your motion?
That's the direction, right?
Yeah. No more cost to the city.
Okay.
Except for the signs, which we're going to put up anyway. We're adding one word.
Okay, all right. No more discussion on that? Okay, call for the question, Melissa.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Councilmember Beal?
Aye.
Mayor Hammond?
No.
Motion passes.
All right, motion passes. Yeah, you want to take a break?
Yes, please.
Okay, we'll take a.
That was very stressful.
10-minute break. We'll be back here 20 after. Okay, we're going to reconvene the meeting, and we have item 2 on discussions, the approval of fiscal year 2025-26 budget amendments, general fund appropriations limit, and that's called the GAN limit, and the master pay schedule. Brian Cornell, you have the floor.
Mr. Mayor and City Council. Ryan Cornell, Administrative Services Director. Tonight to present the mid-cycle budget update and financial forecast. As you're aware, the city approves a 2-year budget cycle. This last one was approved last June, and it covered fiscal years 24-25 and 25-26. Now that we're halfway through the cycle, we have some updates to present to City Council, as well as kind of some forecasting of kind of forward-looking components. I have a lot to cover tonight. Here's the brief agenda of what I'm going to cover. We're going to kind of start high level, kind of go citywide. So all the budget amendments and changes that happened from this time last June. We'll go over the individual personnel changes that we plan for 25-26, as well as department updates. We'll really spend a lot of time on the general fund forecast. It's kind of a tale of 2 different stories that we'd like to share. We'll briefly talk about the rest of the funds that the city manages, and then get into capital improvement projects and city council goals in the future. So overall, citywide, the original revenues for the city was originally estimated to be $146.5 million. It is actually going to come down $18.5 million to $128 million, and the majority of that is due to some grant funding that we had anticipated on one of our capital projects. I'll talk a little bit more of that in a second. The proceeds of debt, this one is a little bit of a change as well. We had anticipated that the Ware Creek Bridge project would be close to construction in 25-26. So because that is a little delayed, we're pushing off that debt issuance a little bit further. At the same time, I'm truing up the South Vine Street proceeds amount that we anticipate getting in the next couple of years, or in the next couple of months. Very minor adjustments to personnel. Overall, we're only looking at $334,000 of adjustments. Those are just kind of, now that I know what people are in those positions, we could get a better estimate there. Operating expenses, there's kind of one big reason for that one. It's in the solid waste fund. I'll talk about that here in a little bit. And then kind of correlating to the revenue decrease, capital outlay with some of the projects that come in are not being constructed is coming off the books as well. So very high level, those are the changes there. To dive into the revenue changes, though, the general fund has seen a fairly significant decrease than it was this time last year, dropping it down about $3.6 million, about 7%. The main reasons for that is the flattening of revenues. So the revenues are being stubborn and not growing as quickly as they were coming out of the pandemic. Additionally, for the transient occupancy tax, we had assumed that both the Residence Inn and Hotel Ava would be online and operating. Obviously, those 2 hotels aren't operating quite yet. We know Hotel Ava is planned to be open in a couple months, and then Residence Inn about 6 or 7 months down the road. So those revenues have been adjusted accordingly. With the passage of I-24, we weren't at June time last year. We weren't sure if I-24, the renewal of Measure E12, would be renewed. Now that it is renewed, and we know that the revenues from that supplemental sales tax going to come in, that increase the supplemental sales tax revenues by that. Again, going back to the previous slide of why the revenues decreased so much, it was solely on the recycled water fund. We had anticipated a $13 million grant to construct the water distribution system for the recycled water. We're pausing that project overall in the system overall. So we're taking both the debt proceeds and the grant dollars out of the budget as well as the project. And you'll see that in a couple of slides as well. And then lastly, next one down is the solid waste fund. We're increasing that appropriations by about 140%. The main reason for that has to do with more of accounting. As you're aware, the landfill collects tipping fees. The operator is able to withhold a certain percentage of those fees, and then the city retains the net revenue. Historically, the city has recorded net revenue in its financial statements. Moving forward, we're going to show both the revenue and the payment to the contractor. So it shows a little bit more truer of what the tipping fees at the landfill are gross and how much we're paying to the contractor as well. As I had already mentioned to you, the big decline in the capital improvement program is the Ware Creek Bridge. That construction is coming off the books and going to future years. And then lastly, community facilities districts, now that Olson, South Chandler, and those developments are coming online, those parcels do come with a CFD tax added on that we were anticipating last year, so those assumptions are being updated now. When it comes to operating budgets, again, the general fund, because of the significant declines in revenues, we did move some of those or adjust some of those expenditures down by about 6%. Some of those dollars did get transferred over to the supplemental sales tax fund. Those items that we were able to easily identify in the general fund to move over. Likewise, we are also increasing the supplemental sales tax fund by about I think it was about $500,000, and that's just a placeholder for now for the results of the standard of coverage study that's anticipated to be completed later this year. The wastewater fund has two elements that make up that 22% change. One of them, again, it has to do with the landfill. The landfill we this last fiscal year propped up as a standalone enterprise fund, so it's going to be sufficient on the tipping fees in and of itself. Historically, the city has not been charging interdepartment trash those tipping fees. So just like for water, for example, the Parks Division has to pay for all the water that it consumes from the park. So there's actually a transfer of money from the general fund to the water fund in order to account for that. We're going to do something very similar with the wastewater fund because the wastewater does send the waste to the landfill. The airport fund has seen a minor adjustment, $102,500. There was a mistake in last year's the 2-year budget that got picked up on Q1. There was a $60,000 line item that was left off last year or in the budget book. So this is just memorializing that. Again, I already mentioned the solid waste fund. This is the sister part of it. This is the payments to the actual contractor. And then lastly, we did see a little bit of savings in our general liability insurance for next year. And so by about $200,000, so we're adjusting that upwards down. As far as capital projects, again, you'll see there on the recycled water is the big one. That's we originally thought we were going to construct the water distribution system. We no longer are. That's kind of on hold temporarily. The gas tax allocation was just a placeholder. When we actually have council approve the specific road segment, we'll reappropriate those dollars as well. The fleet service fund is a component of police. We're adding a few vehicles for the police department there. With that being said, our city fund balance and city reserves are fully funded. At June 30th, the general fund is projected to be right around $17 million, which represents about 34%, 33% for this upcoming year, where we are recommending dropping that down to the 30%. In addition to that, I do segregate the supplemental sales tax unappropriated reserves too. That's approaching $14 million. So that's over and above just the $30 million. And when I get into the slides on the road maintenance, we have plans on decreasing that fund balance towards roads. Our pension trust fund, our section 115, continues to be quite healthy. It's hovering right around $11 million now. There is no plans to contribute to it to next year. We are just accruing the interest, and it's kind of compounding in there. Both the water and wastewater funds are fully funded with their required reserves are about $7 million apiece. And then all of our fleet equipment, IT, and risk management have adequate reserves as well, where if worst case or economy dips, we were able to kind of tap into those additional reserves. There are 10 recommended additional positions to be added to fiscal year 25-26. These have all been already pre-approved, or these were already planned. There's only one change, or there's a couple changes. Let me take a step backwards. So first off, in the Fire and Emergency Services department, we are planning on bringing back the paramedic squad. That is not a full engine, but a specialty apparatus that allows for medical aid calls to be responded to versus sending the whole engine. That requires 3 firefighters and 3 paramedics. I'm sorry, 3 firefighter paramedics and 3 engineer paramedics. Again, those were programmed and planned for in the budget. one of the positions that is being deferred is emergency services coordinator. There was a plan in the fire strategic plan to add a second one. Right now, it's not needed, so we're deferring that position. Another additional position that we're adding is another police officer to the community action team. This is a newer position. This will actually allow us to have 7-day-a-week coverage along the riverbed. In addition to that, we had 2 years ago, we had approved a full-time training coordinator position from the police department. As we were trying to fill that position, it came to light that most other department agencies have an officer as a component of an officer's or corporal's job. And so we're reclassifying a full-time training coordinator to an officer. So we'll have additional 2 officers added to this budget. The other 2 are, again, our enterprise funds. An airport technician is a new position that it was part of the strategic plan. And then 2 maintenance specialists, again, part of the overall user fee study up there. The graph on the right shows FTEs, the full-time equivalent. So a full-time equivalent is someone that works 2,080 hours a year. That's essentially 8 hours a day, 5 days a week, at 52 hours. So we take all of the productive hours, even including overtime, and divide it by those denominators, and it kind of comes up with a employee count. And as you can see, we've had some significant growth in our personnel from about 216, 17. And I think for 24, 25, we'll be over 300 there. Overall, budget changes for each department are very minor. You'll see that City Manager's Office, Community Development, and Administrative Services show slight declines. There's slight increases to Community Services and Public Works. I'm going to give a little apologize to Chief Stornetta on Fire and Emergency Services. There's a more significant increase there. That really is actually a shared cost between police and fire. I just accounted it all for fire, and so they show the more of the increase. And then lastly, utilities, and that's just the component of the solid waste fund that I had mentioned earlier. So overall, very, very minor updates overall in the department budgets. Okay, switching gears. I've done financial forecasts since I started in 2017. I keep them all, and I look back at them and see how inaccurate they were. And so I picked out this quote. I like it. It's, a forecaster or an economist is an expert who will know tomorrow why things happened yesterday that didn't happen today. So it's important to continue to do these forecasts, and even though I don't get it right half the time, but it's still important to know, and I'm going to kind of do, what's his name from Beacon Economics, Chris Thornburg, where I'm getting all the news clips of all the layoffs and all the budget crunches and the financial messes and freezing vacancies and the San Luis Obispo budget shortfalls. And so it really is important to do these financial forecasts so that we don't ever come into one of these situations where I'm presenting to you a $35 million budget deficit. It won't happen, but you get my point. And that's actually really is what's important. There is a case of 2 stories for the city of Paso Robles. So this is the strange case of the city of Paso Robles here, where we have the general fund. It is has a lot of functions, a lot of functions its funds, versus the supplemental sales tax, where it only has 3 things that it's funding to. So it's a little bit of a double story, where we have a lot of opportunity in the supplemental sales tax front and what we can do with those revenues. But as I will go to you in further detail, the general fund and the revenues are staying flat, and so it's a little bit more strained at the moment. So here's a graph. It's the actuals from fiscal year 2020 to 21 through current, and then kind of what our forecasted period looks like. And let's see if I can get this thing. So for 2021 and 21-22, you can see the revenues exceeded expenditures. I don't know if you remember, 2020 was COVID-19, and we were having budget meetings, I feel like every meeting. We intentionally reduced services and costs back. We stopped any discretionary spending. And so that's the results of COVID-19 in those first 2 years. Following up in 22-23, was that intentional withdrawal of reserves to fund a lot of those deferred capitals because we were putting them off. In 22-23, there was also that loan that we provided to the Housing Authority. When loans get provided to the Housing Authority, even though they're deferring revenues, the general fund pays those revenues on their behalf to the other development impact fee funds. So the money's not going anywhere, but it leaves the general fund, so it shows an expenditure there. In 23-24, we pretty much broke even there, and then for this fiscal year, again, the intentional withdrawal of reserves is being shown there. Now, moving forward, again, we are projecting that we're going to drop the reserves down to 30% in 25-26, but we have work to do in the outer years, is because as you can see, the expenditures start exceeding revenues on an ongoing basis. So what's going on here? So this is, again, the city's general fund is comprised mainly of the sales tax, the property tax, and transient occupancy revenues. That makes up about 75-80% of the total general fund revenue. The Barley Bird sales tax is shown here, actual activity in orange, and the future forecast in purple. And as you can see, it's really flat. There's not a whole lot of growth in here. And this is very concerning to me, but I want to take a step backwards and actually go beyond a little further back from 2021, where in fiscal year 11-12, we were down under $6 million. So we've actually made a lot of progress in sales tax, but again, we're being really stubborn on our revenue growth moving forward, and we're not really projecting much growth in this area in the next forecasted horizon. On the flip side, property tax is probably the most boring thing ever. It's just a 5% year over year. I need to have Olson South Chandler start developing a little bit more quickly so I could pick up a better revenue estimate in the future years. But for right now, I think that it's going to be kind of hovering right around that 5% over the horizon. And then transient occupancy tax. I am a little bullish on this forecast still too. But again, you can see over the last 5 years, we've been really flat. Not a whole lot of growth, but significant growth starting from 11-12 and forward. Now, in the forecast, again, I'm a little bullish on this one too. We do have 2 hotels currently under construction. We have Hotel Ava and we have the Residence Inn. And so I do anticipate both of those being online by the end of next fiscal year. And then moving forward, we have the Gateway project, the Gateway development. Now that we're moving forward with the bridge component, having the revenues generated from that project needs to kind of be part of the statistics too. So that's kind of why the increases are starting to happen in the latter years. Lastly, the one little bump up in 28-29 is is the Summer Olympics that are going to be held in LA. There's an assumption built in there that we'll see a little bit higher traffic for those months during the Olympics, and that's why you see a little bit peak up there. Other general fund revenues that aren't talked nearly as much. One of them is the charges for services. The city is currently in a fee and rate study review. It was looking at every single fee, and so we anticipate those results being presented to City Council. The first part of fall for the non-CDD related fees, and then likely in springtime for the community development related fees. Right now, the charges for services we're hovering right around 1.3, but with all the development activity that's been occurring over the last couple of years, the assumption has now been increased up to 2.7. So some pretty good growth progress on the charges for services. And then fortunately, even though the property or all the tax revenues aren't increasing as much, the use of money in property, that's essentially interest revenue, has been making propping up the city's losses. So historically, we've been realizing under 1% interest rates, realized interest rates. Over the last couple of years, it's up in the 4 or 5% areas. And so that really has helped lift up some of the downturns in the other revenue areas. And so there is an assumption that the interest revenue for the general fund next year will be 1.3 million. And then we continue to see fairly significant increases in park leases and rentals to the community fields and the like. So projecting a little bit more than $200,000 there. So when we talk about forecasted expenditures, I just want everybody to know to understand my assumptions that I used in here. So there is no new general fund positions included or forecasted. I use the same salary growth as we do in CalPERS. Inflation for operating expenses of 3%. Debt service on the South Vine Street Bridge begins in 27, but no other debt forecasted outside of that. And then fully funding all of our internal service funds and all of our set-asides. So what does that look like? So this, again, this is just for the general fund, not for the supplemental sales tax fund. So the largest portions that go to police go to police and fire. That has been historically the case, and that is nothing new. Public Works is third. There's a big street component to their operations, so that's why they're up there. On the right-hand side, you can see how the allocation is broken up by personnel and operating expenses. So about 2/3 of the general fund is funded by people that provide the services. So when you combine the revenues and the expenditures next to each other, needless to say, as I kind of alluded to you with the expenditures preceding revenues, that fund balance and reserves will decrease if we don't do anything. Now, obviously, the staff has a lot of work to do in order for this not to occur, and we won't recommend this. But again, this is more of a projection. If we don't do anything today, this is where we would end up. So we have some work to do. And that's really, again, that's the whole story of the two sides. That's the general fund side. But on the positive side, on the supplemental sales tax, we have great opportunity to invest in these three areas. Since inception, so that's actually since 2012, since the E12 has been received, we've received over $100 million in that supplemental sales tax. To date, we've added 29 positions. The police department has suspended almost $10 million of additional funds from J20. The fire and emergency services, $16.5 million additional dollars because of J20. 16 positions added there in the construction of fire station number 3. And then road and street maintenance has been over $50 million since 2012, and we have another $40 million already in the queue in my program that's appropriated. Over the next horizon here, again, we have a lot of opportunity here, and so we do anticipate investing more in police and fire to the tune of $46 million, and then additional $47.7 million towards additional road maintenance over and beyond just what Measure I-24 provides. So that's really the kind of the story of the two sides. The general fund is strained. We have some decision making to do in order to make sure that that fund is solvent. Supplemental sales tax, great opportunity. We have a lot of investment to be had in the community. The rest of the city funds. So the landscape and lighting district, there's nothing exciting about that one. That one gets approved each year from the engineers' reports. The water and wastewater funds, they're tracking to their user fee studies. We do user fee studies every 5 years. The wastewater fund will be entering into master planning development, which will lead right into the rate study. So we anticipate that wastewater user fees will be reviewed in the next couple of years. And then, and then on both of those funds, minimum fund balances and debt ratios are being met. I feel like I've talked a lot about the solid waste fund. The big changes there again is that gross revenue and the gross expenditures to the contractor. Airport fund, we are in the development of that. I know Mark is working on the master plan, and then we'll start long-term forecasting on some of the grant assistant capital improvements that they have out there. Already mentioned to you, the recycle water project is on hold until further notice. And then incoming the next year, the internal service funds, that's the risk management, that's the IT set aside and the fleet set aside. Those are fully funded. And I mentioned that the liability went down about $200,000 last year, or the premium went down. Okay, and moving on to capital projects. So this is something that the community can see in the next 12-month horizon. And the first one is the South Vine Street Bridge. There's been a lot of discussion on this most recently, and there's actually a city council action later this evening related to this. It is a $21 million project. It's a whole hodgepodge of different funds, general funds and impact fees and transit funds. And we anticipate that debt approval being required in about August time. Crescent Road Phase 2 is currently under design. It's a $16 million project. The $3 million of it was helped by Senator Laird. This should be going as soon as Crescent Road Phase 1 is complete. We do have additional appropriations for the North River Road and pedestrian path. This is a $5.6 million project. I need to double check on the SLOCOG grant amount, but I think from my records, we have about $631,000 appropriated today. We already set aside $2.2 million of local funds, so we kind of still need SLOCOG's help to finish construction on that one. Public Safety Center, we awarded a contract earlier tonight on this one. We are appropriating an additional $2 million from J20. That was planned So the total project is now sitting at $5 million. This will help the insurance services office's rating to have fire training, suppression testing, or abilities within the city. The City Hall modernization project. So this one's going to occur probably, or planned to occur after Thanksgiving and before Christmas. This is a $2.6 million project to renovate the upstairs area to include more workstations and conference room. It also has a pretty hefty security enhancement as a component as well. Other facility projects that are on the books, the senior center is going to get some love with some roof replacement, HVAC replacements. Public safety center has some HVAC replacement needs too, and the like. So about $250,000 additional work on city facilities. Moving on to parks. At one of the last city council meetings, we had a fairly lengthy discussion on sports field capacity. So based on that discussion, we've included $1.5 million from the facility replacement fund to replace the turf and irrigation at the park. And then we did recommending appropriating another $1.5 million from the Parks and Rec Development Impact Fee Fund to fund the project as a whole. There's a lot of activity going on at the park right now. The pickleball courts is currently under construction. Those are fully funded. But the overall master plan, the overall vision of the Sherwood Park is still to be determined. So that's coming in the future. A new project is the Riverwalk lighting project. This replaces the lighting along the trail. Parks Development Impact Fee, again, is contributing $360,000 to the project. The Rec Foundation is contributing another $100,000 for about a $500,000 overall project. Back in 2006, the city was awarded a state grant to purchase and install a slide at the Centennial Pool. 10 years later, it was removed due to ADA noncompliance and pretty much overall safety hazards and risk. Well, unbeknownst to us, there was a requirement that the amenity stayed in place for, I think, 20 years, or obviously over the 10-year requirement. And so the state was doing an inspection on our Uptown Water Park water feature and decided to swing by Centennial and saw that there wasn't a slide. And so we've been working with the state to remedy this. They have allowed us to divert those grant dollars to another project, which is on Centennial Park. That's to upgrade the barbecue area, the stage structure, and the table prep. It should be noted that this project was actually already anticipated in year 3 of the overall budget, and so we're just advancing it just to 1 year. All other parks and recreation projects are listed above. Barney Shores Park is going to get some much needed love on the sports facilities. The like. When it comes to road maintenance, the focus, at least right now, is to finish the currently appropriated road segments. And so for the next year, these are the road segments that we anticipate doing. These are all the previously E12 approved road segments that are going to be completed. Now, because we have I-24 that was recently renewed, we do need to program new roads. And so staff is currently in the development of that. But we do recommend 2 significant changes to how we fund or how we present the road program. The first is to put it and have it be part of the overall 5-year capital improvement program. Now that the I-24 doesn't have a sunset clause on it, this can be part of the regular budget process and adjusted accordingly. The next piece of it is actually funding projects in phases so that we're not fully funding the project on day 1. This will allow us to start on preliminary design or final design ahead of the construction dollars. And so it's a better management of cash flow for the fund. Hopefully we can expend these funds a little bit quicker. And then if there is additional one-time dollars, we already have the design work ready and completed so that we can go right into construction. And then lastly, there is an additional ongoing allocation from Measure J20 in addition to I-24. And then we will have that overall presentation to City Council with all the individual road segments for review and approval later this year. For now, I don't know if you caught in the CIP section for the road maintenance, there are 4 projects that are using I-24 those are just placeholders for right now, just to show numbers on a timeline. When we actually come up with those specific locations, those budgets will be amended accordingly. And then lastly, right after in the budget report, right after the budget message, our city council adopted goals. Each one of the goals have a status update to them, and so that is in your attachments for your review as well. With that, council, that concludes my presentation. We have a couple actions to be had. The first is to approve the capital budget and master pay schedule, and then approve the appropriations limit. And I made a little bit of typo in the original one, so it's actually $76,217,904 there. With that, Mr. Mayor, I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
All right. Thank you, Ryan. Questions of staff?
I do.
Pro Tem Gregory.
So,
wait.
Ryan?
Hang on.
On Niblick Bridge, you're showing a resurfacing for $3 million for next year on your budget. Are you going to do that before we use the grant for expanding?
Yeah, so it's actually two bridges. It's actually the 13th Street Bridge and the Niblick Bridge, and it's only the deck resurfacing. So it's actually separate and apart from the corridor project that we're working on.
So that won't affect the grant. Okay, thank you.
Councilman Strong.
Yes, your slide that you had, a supplemental sales tax, 1.5% override. That one. And it shows that we added 29 positions in the police department, 16 positions in the fire and emergency services department out of that money. And are those salaries now being paid out of the general fund?
No, sir. Those are still being paid out of the supplemental sales tax fund.
Okay, so they're still not being paid out of anything. None of that money is coming out of the general fund.
Not for those 29 positions, or 16, or 5.
For those positions are all being paid out of supplement. Okay, thank you. That was one of my concerns, especially as I look at the dire situation of the general fund. Thank you.
Can I ask another question?
Yeah, go ahead.
So on this slide, Ryan, so you're estimating or forecasting 47.7 million towards street maintenance?
Over the next 5 years.
5 years, so that's almost 10 million a year. Okay, thank you.
So, Ryan, my questions are a couple of them actually. Maybe it has to do with Jonathan and the squad. You've budgeted enough for 3 people to man the squad.
It's 6. It's 3 firefighters and 3 engineers. So it's 2 person per shift.
Okay, that's what I was trying to get at. So we're manning the squad with 2 people, not 3. Okay, want to make sure. That's what I thought for sure we were. Looked like it sounded like we're going with 3 people. So. The last question I have is regarding the road maintenance, the 5-year capital improvement. I thought we were talking with regard to trying to leverage our half-cent money into a bond type, or at least discuss that. Is that what you were talking about bringing forward later, or have we got this anywhere yet?
Mayor, I can jump in and have Ryan add on. So at this point, we have not considered bonding. What we have been able to do is go back and through a reforecasting, and then also looking at adding Measure J20 funds into our capital planning process. We've been able to increase on an ongoing annual basis the amount we're putting to streets from about, Ryan, correct me if I'm wrong, $6 to $7 million from E12 to now a little over $10 million. We're able to draw down some of that J20 fund balance to get up to $10 million. We haven't gone down the road of bonding. We are going to come back and talk to the council about what those specific road segments are in the 5-year plan later this year. We can bring back kind of framework of that, but at this point we haven't done that. We feel like the cash flowing, the improvements is the most prudent way to go at this point.
I thought we discussed, though, the fact we wanted to at least discuss the fact that we could use that method to get a lot more work bought, so to speak, in today's dollars, and then program it out through a bond system with repayment, through the E12. So That's what we talked about. So you're basically saying you're not going to discuss that or not going to bring anything forward?
It's not part of what we're discussing tonight, and
No,
it hasn't been part of the work plan for us at this point. If there's direction from the council or you'd like additional information, at least framing what that would look like out some scenarios, we can do that. I think what we looked at is our ability to increase our cash flow going towards streets to get it up to that $10 million a year. Does that give us the ability to get at all the different streets that we would under a short-term bonding scenario? Probably not, but it was somewhere in the middle, I guess, of what we were talking about previously and what we could get under bonding. If there's a desire to have that as part of the future discussion, we're happy to bring that back.
Well, that's a council discussion. Again, we've talked about it before, and I thought that's kind of where we were giving you time to pull a program together to at least let us look at what that could look like and what could possibly be. I think, again, per square foot, in doing as much as we can now in today's dollars versus 10, 15, 20 years down the road, it's going to be better money spent if we can use a tool like that if it's viable. So, but you're going to need to research and give us the option on what it looks like. So I think, I don't know what the council is going to say, but that's definitely something I'd like to hear and see in the next 6-8 months, whatever you. Yeah, I agree with that. Okay, thank you, Ryan. That's all the questions. Then Chris Bouch, if you have one.
Ryan, walk me back through the water reclamation. We took $11 million off the budget.
Yeah, let me get it back up. Oh my goodness, it's all the way at the beginning.
And that was a trade-off. We're not going to receive any revenue from selling that, so we're not going to build anything.
Correct. The only revenues that's currently shown in the recycled water fund is our one and only customer, and that's Caltrans. That's the only revenue that's going into the fund that's projected now until we meet again.
Do we forecast that ever coming back somewhere down the road? And if so, what will that look like?
Yeah, we're currently, and I'll probably defer to Christopher. He knows a little bit more about the overall state. I know we're working with the state of California because we already did receive proceeds for some of the past work that we did. I know he's trying to coordinate to see if we could use an alternative use of that line temporarily, like to wheel a massive amount of water over to the growers potentially. And so we're kind of exploring those different ideas. Those need to come back to City Council for approval, and then when that happens, we'll readjust the budget accordingly.
And that's somewhere down the road. Is that going to happen in the next couple of years? Right. So the other questions I received from a few people, and I think I answered them correctly. As far as the development on the east side, we have water available to us at the Nacimiento Water. We've talked about this a lot. Christopher has given us a good presentation on, when the time is appropriate, treatment facilities will be built out. No, that's all handled through the water fund. Without going into a lot of detail about that, but that will also be brought back at some point.
Correct. That sounds like it's more part of because they do 10-year master planning forecast for all the infrastructure, which then rolls right into the user fee study. And so, yes, both of those components will be back to City Council.
So it's not being ignored here tonight. It's just not something that's germane to this. It's a different fund.
Correct, because the user fee studies gave us a 5-year horizon. And so we're tracking with that for a 5-year horizon. Wastewater is going to be the first fund that comes up first for review for the user fees.
Okay.
And then that'll kind of set the next 5-year path.
All right. At some point, I think those are annual updates, Crystal, that we see from you?
They're about every 5 years.
About every 5 years?
Yeah. We look out 10 years, but Prop 218 only allows us to adopt rates for 5 years increments.
Okay. I stand corrected on that then. Thank you very much.
Pro Tem Gregory?
Yeah, Ryan, brings up another question for me. So you're showing income from the Community Facilities District, or this is the first year. Are you forecasting that to increase every year as part of the general fund income?
It's a very astute question, and I accounted for it in 25-26. I don't think I accounted for it in the future. That's a very good point.
Score. Okay, thank you.
Right there. Okay. Gregory's got one, Ryan has 0. Well, I have another question though, and this has to do with your slides in general, Ryan. I've always been about living within our means, and what I saw in 2 or 3 of those slides, that we were spending more than we're bringing in. And so in general, will you say that this is going to be the trend, this coming adjustment, or what?
So
where you have the twin lines, like that.
And let me, I guess it's funny, right? Forecasting is not actual, even though it's supposed to be actual. It's right, because we have to make changes. We can't operate like this.
No, not at all.
Not at all. And so this is just indicative that we have work to do. We have about $3 million of baseline expenditures we need to reduce out of the general fund in order to balance everything. But moving forward, when you get to 3031, it does look a little bit more optimistic once revenues start picking up again.
Okay. Well, that's what I'm trying to get at, is that now we definitely want to make sure that we're living with our means, and that we balance budget, that we're not, borrowing and depleting our reserves just to, keep people working here. And if we have to change our layout on how we're performing, how we're putting services out, we need to make that discussion too.
And that's really what our job is for the next 12 months, is to provide how we bridge this gap.
Okay. Very good. Any more questions from council?
One more.
Tim Gregory.
So another easy one for you, Brian. So the way it's looking on your forecasting is that you're being very conservative on the growth of the income because of the nature of our economy right now. And is that reflected all the way along, where you're just kind of flattening everything out? So
yeah, all of these revenue charts that I provided for you is rolled up into that final slide. And so yeah, TOT is probably the most bullish forecast that I have in here. Property tax is pretty just chugging along, and then the flattening of sales tax. And so that's kind of really the bulk of what's driving the revenue numbers.
So sales tax is just flat, basically.
Mm-hmm.
All right, thank you.
Okay. I'll open up the public then. Anybody wishing to address the council on this item, please come forward. Seeing none coming. Anyone online, Melissa?
No, sir.
Okay. Then we'll go ahead and bring it back for council's discussion and or action.
So can I ask him a question real quick?
Absolutely. Yeah.
So Ryan, on our current surplus, or whatever you want to call it, we have you're going to take it down to about 30% surplus, right? So what does that amount to a year at the 30% level right now?
It's right around 16 million.
15, okay.
16 to 17 million.
So, and the reason why I'm asking, I was looking at your other chart where you're showing us dipping heavier and heavier into those reserves, even below what our policy is. So at what point do we start dealing with that issue?
We're going to start dealing with that within the next 12 months.
Okay, good. So you're happening right now. Good. All right. Thank you.
Kind of follow up on Steve's question here too. I pulled up our old form that we had here, and as of June 30th of last year, about a year out from where we are now, we were estimating our general fund reserves was going to be about 19.4. That's what we published anyway, and we're less than that now. So we've been kind of, was that accurate at the time, or did it change?
Yeah, and there has been an intentional withdrawal of reserves for a lot of those deferred maintenance projects that we've been trying to tackle. There really was a bottle up, I could show you back on that slide of coming out of the pandemic, or during the pandemic years, where we really were keeping our expenditures low, and we saw those surpluses. And then as soon as we felt comfortable that the economy was back to normal, that's when we got to a lot of those projects.
I think it's council's direction also that we will not go below 30%, correct? That's where you're landing?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. That's just as long as we stay there, again, that's fine.
I just want to make a real quick comment. So,
yeah, Chris.
I think sometimes when we're looking at these bar graphs and our charts technically, and we're seeing these expenses, when some of those are coming from the excess of our general reserve, that will make the expenses look higher than the income based on how you're organizing that data, right? So when we say we're using reserves, and correct me if I'm wrong, we're intentionally using reserves above the threshold, that 30% threshold, on purpose. And that doesn't necessarily mean that we're spending beyond our means, because we're intentionally drawing down our reserves.
Yes, that is correct. And one of the good litmus tests for that is just looking at ongoing revenues and ongoing expenses. Remove capital because it's much easier to pause capital or defer capital costs. It's really the ongoing revenues and ongoing expenses that we need to make sure that we're positive with, and they are.
The only other thing I'd like to add is I really encourage the public to read this report. Ryan's reports are very thorough. The narratives explain a lot. And, you know, looking at the issues of the council identifying the goals, that feeding into the budgets, that feeding into the performance indicators, getting fed back to the council, that's really one of our key functions here as a council, these very high level and accountable to these identified performance indicators and budgets and goals. So again, I think these reports are excellent. I actually think going through and looking at the goals and objectives and sort of where people are on those by department is very helpful. And just a reminder to the community that that's really a key function of this group. So great job. And great job to everybody, because I know it takes the entire organization to be contributing to this report. Putting together this report is not an easy thing. And congratulations to the departments and the staff for getting us updates on the goals and objectives. Thanks.
Yes, so the goals and objectives could have been a whole hour presentation of itself.
Yes.
Chris Bouch.
So speaking of that, Councilmember Beal, you won some kind of an award for this?
So the last 2-year budget cycle, the city submitted its budget to the Government Finance Officers Association, GFOA. It's a national recognized company that not only looks at budgets, but they also look at financial reports. And so with Mr. Hewitt coming online, he was like, why aren't we doing this? And it's like, because I've never done it before. And he's like, just do it. And so we won 2 years ago, and then we resubmitted it again this year. They had a lot of additional comments to include in the report, which definitely beefed up the report. I'm quite proud of the report. And yes, it won again for the 2-year cycle. With very minimal comments to fix for next time around. So.
Well done, Ryan.
Well done.
Thank you.
Question I did have just before we take action here, the change in the number of 76 million, was that a math error? I mean, we were at 70 million, now we're at 76. So where'd that come from?
Yeah, so actually I messed up the wrong resolution. I'm messing this one completely up. The appropriations limit is actually staying at 70,160. Or 70,160,625. That's staying the same. That's the total amount that the city is allowed to tax its residents. And so we're about 80%, right around 85% of the total amount that we could tax. It's actually the first resolution needs to increase by about that $5 million. What had happened was the road maintenance program actually didn't get expended. So fund balance actually went into the CIP fund. So we have reserves in the CIP fund that we're planning on expending this year, and so I missed the expenditure portion of it. And so,
yeah, so you added it in.
Yeah, so I added it back in. So resolution B can stay the same, but we're going to add the $5 million of reserves in CIP.
Council, you see that we're going to be changing the number there on the second resolution. So, okay, we need action.
I'd like to make a motion, but I do have one more question for Ryan. Sure. So Ryan, you know the safety center bond that we have that's expiring in 2028.
Mm-hmm.
So what is that costing us a year now? And will that show our debt service drop then?
So the debt service on that one is about $2.3 million
a year.
A year.
So that in 2028, that'll be gone.
Will go away, and in fact, it probably will go away. Actually, next year will probably be the last year, because there's a reserve in that fund too that could go towards the last debt payment.
And that was a 30-year bond, I think, that we used.
Correct. Yeah, and actually, that's probably going to be one of the strategies that we bring back that option to what do we do with the future of the GeoPark.
So that comes off, and then it also comes off everybody's tax rolls.
Correct.
All right. Good. All right. I'd like to make a motion to approve resolution. By the way, thank you very much, Ryan, for explaining everything to us. And I would like to ask for quarterly review of our budget since we're heading to these times. I don't know if we could do that as part of this motion, but Ryan's got a lot of work to do as it is, but I'd like to hear often about it. I move that we approve Resolution 25XXX, amending the operating and capital improvement budget, authorized position, listing and revised master pay schedule for fiscal year 25-26 as presented, and direct the city manager to implement the budget.
Second.
So second for discussion.
Instead of quarterly, it's going to take up so much time.
Okay.
I would say 6 months.
Okay.
There's actually already established city council policies that require nothing less than twice a year, but up to four times a year. So
Okay.
we'll follow course.
Okay. You okay with that?
Okay, so we have a motion by Gregory, second by Bausch. Discussion? Okay, call for the question then.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Councilmember Beal?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Mayor Hammond?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, I'd like to move that we approve Resolution 25XXXB, approve the appropriations limit of $76,217,904 for the fiscal year of 2025-26.
Mr. Hip.
Second.
That was the error that I made. It actually it should still not be crossed out. It should be the 70,160,625.
I'll rephrase my motion to 70,160,625.
Second.
I apologize for that.
That's the fastest.
Yeah, you just made it. Yeah, made it 5 minutes. Okay, motion by Gregory, second by Strong. Discussion?
Was that easy?
Okay, we'll call for the question on that.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Councilmember Beal?
Aye.
Mayor Hammond?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
All right. Thank you, Ryan.
Thank you very much, Ryan. Good job. Congratulations, too.
Okay, now, convening, the next item is to convene as the Paso Robles Financing Authority Board. So, Madam Clerk, can you call roll call for the Paso Robles Financing Authority Board?
Director Bausch?
Present.
Director Beal?
Present.
Director Strong?
Aye. Present.
Vice Chairperson Gregory?
Here.
And Chairperson Hammond?
Here. First up on our agenda for this item is going to be Financing Authority Board discussion items, and that is the approval of the resolution adopting the El Paso de Robles Infrastructure Financing Authority bylaws, establishing regular meeting dates, and authorizing certain other actions in connection therewith. So Ryan, you want to explain kind of what this is coming about for?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, or Board Chair and board members. Ryan Cornell, the treasurer on this JPA. So this is the second step of 3 actions that the city council needs to take in order to establish and take out debt that is needed for the South Vine Street Bridge project. The California Joint Powers Exercise Powers Act allows cities to participate in these JPAs, which can issue debt on the behalf of the member agencies. This structure provides a mechanism for governments to finance projects through JPAs. This action adopts the bylaws, establishes regular meeting dates, and appoints officers of the authority. The officers of the city will act as the officers of the authority. So the chairman will be the mayor, the vice chairman will be the mayor pro tem, the executive director shall be the city manager, and the treasurer shall be the finance director. The secretary will be the city clerk. Regular meeting dates of the authority will be the same as the regular meeting of the city council. And additionally, as one of your attachments is the formal bylaw document. With that being said, Mr. Mayor, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have in regards to this.
Okay, just a kind of an overview. The reason we're doing this authority is because we have to build a bridge, correct?
Correct.
And this is a pathway for this city to do that.
Yeah, in order for the city to issue debt, it has to do it at a regularly scheduled JPA meeting, not a establishing one.
Similar to what we're doing on the groundwater basin, essentially, same kind of joint powers authority to be able to buy things and do things, which we're going to buy a bridge here, same way with the other things, the water.
Yep, that is correct.
Okay, questions of staff?
Yeah.
Oh, Tim Gregory.
So, Ryan, my question on this is, so this is an agency of the state that's going to be holding the funding for us or managing the funding for us?
Negative. The state is just a partner agency in the JPA. The full controls of the joint powers it stays with the city council.
Oh, it is. Okay, good. That was my question. Thank you.
Well, it's not actually the city council, it's the
I'm
actual
sorry, it's the
finance and authority board, right? Yeah. We're wearing two hats here, just like we do other things. Chris Bouch.
So we have bonding capacity as a city council, or as a city. We have bonding capacity for this agency, and if so, are the two related?
I'm not picking up your question.
How much money can we borrow without impacting our bonding capacity on the city side?
We have quite a bit of wiggle room on our debt capacity. There is a state law that does limit how much the cities can't take on debt. We are considerably below that. I can look it up real quick, but we have hundreds of millions of dollars to get to meeting that threshold. And in
more tonight are two related separate bonds?
No, they're the same bonding capacity.
Okay, Councilman Strong.
Yeah, my question is, since those people were mentioned as the new authority, is there a role for the three members of the city council that aren't the mayor and the vice mayor?
No, actually the role of the state is actually the silent member. The 5 members here on the board is what directs the direction of the JPA.
Oh, really?
We just have staff, so to speak, in your capacity.
Oh, okay, very good, thank you.
All right.
So can I ask a question of Elizabeth? Yeah. So can you help us understand the difference between the bonding for this bridge and the bond for the safety center? Because that was done by the vote of the people. So what is the difference?
I mean, that's essentially is the difference. The public safety center, which wasn't just a public safety center, there was other park elements and a list of different projects. I even think the New Bridge was a component of that. So general obligation bonds go out to the voters for voter approval. Right. And so that does not require the formation of the JPA. With the vote of the registry allows the city to take out debt directly. Because we're doing a revenue bond, not going out for a vote, this is the mechanism to do that.
So the difference is the revenue bond is for a specific project, and we created a JPA to control it.
Correct. And the revenue bonds, like TOT, for example, is how we're going to pay back those bonds. Right. Versus general obligation bonds are paid back by the ad valorem property tax bills.
Property tax. So we're not going to do property. Okay, got it. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. We'll move it out to the public. Anybody having a question on this item, please come forward. Seeing none. Anyone online?
I just had a caller hang up, I think. They may call back.
Okay.
But as of this moment, no.
They're gone. Okay. We'll bring it back to council for discussion and or action there.
So Mayor Hammond, I'm ready to make a recommendation for approval.
Pro Tem Gregory, go ahead.
Approve authority resolution XXX adopting the bylaws, appointing the officers, establishing regular meeting dates, and authorizing certain other actions in the connection therewith.
Second.
Okay, motion by Gregory, second by Bausch. Discussion? Okay, call for the question.
Vice Chairperson Gregory.
Aye.
And, Director Bausch.
Aye.
Director Beal.
Aye.
Director Strong.
Aye.
And Chairperson Hammond.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay.
We need a motion to adjourn.
Yeah, that's where I'm going
Move
next.
that we adjourn the Paso Robles Financing Authority Board.
Okay, so motion by Gregory, second by Bausch. All in favor of adjourning? Aye. Opposed? Okay, then we will then reconvene our city council meeting of the city of Paso Robles. And we move on with item X, city manager report. Mr. Hua.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. 4 items for you tonight. The first are both related to our community services department. So last Friday, we unveiled and cut the ribbon for the city's new bookmobile. Councilmember Beal and others were on site over at Centennial Park when we did that. I think we're trying to pull a picture up for you. But a very exciting day. So this new bookmobile is going to be parked right outside City Hall when you leave this evening. It should be out there, and it's already been out to a few sites this week as we get programming underway. So very exciting to have this resource out and about. It was a wonderful event to kick off our summer recreation and reading program. There we are. Nice. So, yeah, there's Clark. Yeah, great day. Great day to be out there. Wonderful turnout. Really happy that we were able to get this done. Want to thank the Friends of the Library Foundation, Library Board, and several others, including our Fleet Services Division, who played a really big role in getting this library bookmobile out and about. And then I was pleased. I think this is the third year in a row. I wanted to share that I was able to swear in our aquatic staff last Monday. I think given all the different employment options teens have, the fact that we have like about a 50% retention rate because some go off to college or others are moving on in the workforce, we have a 50% retention rate. Is amazing. We swore in about 20 or so individuals, and that was very nice. Some of our public speakers mentioned this tonight, but we do have a public safety survey that's underway for the community, available both in English and in Spanish. The survey is looking for a variety of different feedback, ideas, inputs on how we provide public safety service. This is part of that standards of cover work that we're doing that is really going to help us shape and form how we're delivering those services for the next 5 years. So we're encouraging those that would like to provide that input to please do so. More information is available on the city's website, prcity.com, or please reach out to the fire or police department. Non-emergency number is preferable. And then also just a reminder that city offices will be closed on Thursday in observance of Juneteenth. So this week, Thursday, offices will be closed. Otherwise, that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Beginning on my left, Councilmember Chris Beal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a couple things to talk about tonight. At the Housing Authority meeting, they gave us an update on the wait list for each of the different properties. So Oak Park 1 and 2, Oak Park 3 and 4, Riverwalk, and Sunrise. The total wait list for those 4 properties is 2,420.
Okay.
Okay. And I just want to actually speak a little bit on a couple of things that have been brought up tonight. I know that you appreciate that I see my role as a council member as being a bridge, right? A connection between the council and the community, and a connection between the community and the council. And it's in that spirit that I share with you what I'm learning about from our Latino community, young and old, teachers, business owners, grandmothers, citizens, residents. I too was called on Friday after the local law enforcement activity on 34th Street. People were concerned. They didn't know what was going on. I'm actually grateful that people trust me enough to reach out to get information. As you know, that we have federal immigration enforcement happening to the north, to the south, to the east of us. And while our city is not involved with this, the fear and the anxiety created by this is real, and our neighbors are really feeling this. I think it's important that we acknowledge that. I'm not here to talk about federal policy or implementation. That is clearly not our lane. We all know here and in the audience, we know that state law prohibits our local police from participating in federal immigration enforcement. And that's important. But it's just as important that we as a city, as leaders, have clear and consistent communications about this fact so that our neighbors know this. We heard tonight about agriculture, tourism, the wine industry, the importance of our local economy. I think the number was 8,900 jobs related to vineyards, wineries, and tourism. It's clearly significant. We know that that's significant. Many of these workers are the same community members that are now living in fear. And I feel very strongly that we have a responsibility to assure people that we serve and protect everyone, and that we have a responsibility to try to build trust and ease anxiety for our Latino neighbors. I want to invite you really my colleagues, city manager, the chief, anybody else, to join me to have conversations with people. We can grab a cup of coffee, we can listen and learn. I always think it's helpful to listen and learn. If you haven't heard directly from someone who's been affected by this, I encourage you to do so, because once you hear it, you'll understand that this isn't abstract. It's not on the news. It's here, it's local, it's real, it's right in our community. We have citizens that are carrying around their passports because they're afraid. We have families developing emergency plans in case they're separated from their children. Right here, right now. So I know that each of you are caring and care about our community and would never want to add to any fear. I believe we have a responsibility to take steps to ease it. And, part of that is like clear and consistent communications. Part of that is regular kind of relational, building relationships within the community. And I just really encourage us to do something about this and to have a little conversation. I invite the chief to come up. I don't know if you want to. I know you've spoken to HBA earlier in the year. I know you've been to a couple of organizations. If you have anything to add to this, I'd be curious what you'd have to say. It actually is not agendized, so I'm giving a comment, and then I would really like, yeah.
You are entitled to do that. I have questions I don't want to say. And I would love to hear what he says, but I'm not sure if that's something. I just want to get legal opinion that it's okay.
Fair enough. I think it's fine. She's made a comment. She's asked for clarification from the police chief. We're not going to take any action, and if we go down a little rabbit hole here, then we'll come back and agendize it, but I think we can get an answer to her initial statements.
And I'm certainly, open for some guidance in kind of what we can do here. But I know you and I have had conversations. I really appreciate the time, and I know you were responsive and gave a speech at HBA and maybe some other meetings. Maybe you could just fill me in on what you've done with our Latino community.
Mayor, Council, Damian Nord, Fire Chief.
You want to be that now, right?
So obviously throughout my department, everyone knows the California Values Act was passed, I believe it was 2018, but right around there. That limits law enforcement in the state of California from even asking those kind of questions. We do not deal with immigration in any way, shape, or form. We respond to everybody. We are here to help, to serve our community. That's what we're here for. Everyone in my department understands that, from our SROs in our schools who talk to the children, who are obviously some of the people who are, I would say, probably the most in fear of their parents or themselves. So they have those conversations in the schools. I have gone to several different meetings and had those same conversations. And really that's, I think most people understand that. I'll be honest, I feel that there is fear being stoked in both the media and by members of our community. That's my concern, are the people who are maybe trying to make those phone calls and scare people. When again, the Paso Robles Police Department does not engage in immigration acts in any way, shape, or form. We are here for people to call us for help. We want people to call us for help, and that's what we're here for all of our citizens. That I don't really know if there's another question in there.
No, I think that's very helpful. And I think it's important for council to sort of know what's been going on, because I don't know if these conversations have been happening. So bringing us up to speed. One more question, and then I'm going to sort of see if where we go from this. What are you hearing with your colleagues? I know that different jurisdictions, some people put out a statement, some people are doing nothing, some people are going to community meetings. What are you hearing from your peers in terms of how they're navigating this right now to ease fears and to develop trust within the community?
Honestly, I think it's different for every city. It's really dependent upon what kind of calls they are getting. I can tell you early on when all of this first started, I was getting calls, which is why I started going to, several of these meetings, talking to my staff, talking to other people. There are cities that this isn't maybe as big as an issue. They don't necessarily have to go talk to their public or deal with those things. I can say in the last several months, the calls, at least to my office, when it comes to what we do, are almost zero. I do believe our community understands that. The calls I get now are just like what was spoke about earlier. Was ICE here? We saw these cars. Was it ICE? Those are the calls I get. So it's not a matter of, I don't think it's necessarily that we have to educate anymore here. Obviously, we will always be out there educating and doing what we can to ease any fears or educate the community. But really, it's different in every city. So I can't, obviously LA, it's different than here. Just south of the grade is different than north of the grade. It really depends on your community and what outreach you have done or haven't done.
Mm-hmm. I appreciate that. And I know that there are several people, Francisco, other organizations that would love to sit down and talk with you. And I would just encourage our organization as a city, as a leader, to continue to have these conversations so that we're getting good information out. We should be purveyors of good information, and we are, but I also know that it takes kind of consistent effort. So those are my comments. I appreciate your commitment to getting good information out there, and I would hope and I would expect that we would continue with that.
Chief, a quick question.
Yes, sir.
Just for my edification, your policy with our department is to cooperate with federal ICE people. We don't obstruct. We cooperate when needed or when we're asked.
So per the state guidelines, we are unable to provide any personal information to ICE. So if ICE were to call us and they needed help, they needed assistance because there was some form of fight, they were in danger, we are obviously going to go help our law enforcement partners. But other than that, we are literally restricted from even telling them. And I'll give you an example. We have literally received phone calls when we have someone in custody and we have been asked, do you have this person? We are not able to tell them.
I see.
Wow. So that is those are the restrictions that have been placed on law enforcement in the state of California. So no, we cooperate. I'd say that's a strong term. We're kind of, we can't.
We follow the law, I guess is what I'm trying to get at.
We follow the law and we will help our partners if they're in need, but not when it comes to actual federal ICE immigration status.
Yeah, under state law, we don't engage in immigration-related issues like that.
Right.
If, like you said, if ICE is in a situation and there's been a fight breakout or something, obviously they're going to respond, and they will enforce California law as to fighting or assault or battery or whatever, but they will not engage under California law in the enforcement of federal law related to immigration.
That's my point. We're following the law with regard to the state of California.
Yes, sir.
Got it. Okay. Thank you. Chris, are you done?
I think I would just, I think it's important that we acknowledge that this is happening in our community and that we would encourage the chief and other leaders in the city to continue the work to be connecting with and engaging our Latino community.
Very good. Councilman Strong.
Yes, thank you. And because this has been brought up, I'm going to start talking about my conference with the National Association of Regional Councils, where I was, and everything involves ICE to some extent.
Yeah, we're all having it.
In our particular neighborhood, we know for a fact that we have had ICE people in our neighborhood multiple times in the past 2 months. But we also are aware that they are looking for 2 specific undocumented aliens that they believe are living in the neighborhood. So there are rumors, so I'm not going to go into all the rumors that are flying around. But be that as it may, there is some actual evidence specific that ICE has been in the neighborhood. So, but they're looking for specific people. There's also, we did get a report this morning from the federal government that the president has now signed an executive order that is restricting them to not engage or look for any aliens or any people ICE wants in the fields where they're harvesting. So they have stopped looking in that area so that just to stop the fear of farm workers from going out and doing their work. So that's will help our local industry to that extent. But going back to my conference, at the conference, we had a visit by the Deputy Assistant Secretary for Intergovernmental Affairs of the U.S. Department of Transportation's Office of the Secretary. And that was a very good conversation I had with Connor Terosian. And Connor assures us that everything is proceeding as planned, that in the transportation industry, they will be processing all of the grants. They will be processing as rapidly as possible and getting the money out, and that they are not planning to impact negatively the transportation industries. So they are trying their best to see that we have the transportation we need for our national security and for the movement of people to keep the economy going. So we got that assurance from Connor. I did personally. Moving on from there, we had a regional transit authority, transit authority meeting, and also a SLOCOG meeting. And in that regard, the National Association of National League of Cities and the U.S. Department of Transportation have both adopted Road to Zero, which is trying to have zero deaths on the roads by 2045. And in that regard, we did have a presentation at the RTA and at the SLOCOG, actually, it's the SLOCOG portion of that meeting, which I just have given each of you a copy of. And that is the actual Road to Zero statistics for our county. So that's all there on that card for you so that you can see where we're going and what we're doing. And we do have a lot of illegal turning causing accidents. That was 27% of all the accidents. And DUIs, distracted driving, 25%, roadway departures, 14%, and speeding, 13%. So those are the activities that they're going to be watching for because those are the ones that are causing deaths on our highways. All right? Moving on from there, we had a LoSAN Executive Committee meeting. Now that's the railroad. And at the railroad meeting, a very interesting topic came up, and that is assaults that we're having. And this is where I'm going to ask our chief of police to please consider something. And that is, we had 9 assaults in the last quarter causing bodily injury to employees of not Caltrans, but of pardon me? Amtrak. Oh. Amtrak employees, and also some that were hurting passengers as well. So there were injuries involved. Now, most of these that we were reported to us were probably in Southern California. But we have 2 train stops a day, and the suggestion that I made at that meeting that was adopted by the board, by the way, was to try to ask our local law enforcement to know what the train time stops were in their jurisdiction if they had a station. And at that time, to have an officer present during the loading and unloading of passengers. Because in almost every case, this involved a homeless person trying to board the train without a ticket. And they were told they couldn't board the train without a ticket, and they tried to fight their way onto the train, injuring the conductor and also injuring other passengers. And those that were stopped immediately fled as soon as they couldn't get on the train. Some were taken into custody, but also we're losing employees because people don't want to be train conductors. And that's making us short on personnel. And also the security people for Amtrak aren't covering all the stations as much, and they're having trouble getting employees because of too many of these incidents. So I'm hoping that if we had law enforcement there, probably only a half an hour a day total between the two stops that are here a day, it would really be helpful to reduce that possibility.
Yes, sir. We have contact in Amtrak. We will get with them and find out their times. I can't promise that we will have an officer there every time a train comes because it will depend on calls for service, but we will absolutely work with them and see what we can do to help.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. And next meeting I had, well, we already had a report on the housing authorities, so I don't have to report on the housing authority. And that was the Youth Sports Council, which met yesterday. And that was very interesting because they are straightening out the business side of sports. And that's what they're working diligently on. And they are developing plans to collect back fees not paid by numerous teams. So too many teams haven't reported how many players are on their teams, which is the way in which they're billed. So the dues are per player, and dues include field fees for use of the fields. So the treasurer needs to send out the bills for the past 2 years and need to collect those costs from Parks and Rec. So they're asking if they can't get power to, they also want to see if the city can provide them with the power to Sherwood Park for lights. And for the first time, they have more coaches available for teams than they have teams. So they've actually got room for more teams for the first time in a long time. And that's pretty much my reports, unless anybody has any questions.
Okay. Thank you. What's the start? Pro Tem Gregory. Yeah.
So I'd like to make a comment on Councilwoman Beal's comments. I received a phone call also, and I have been in the county since about 1984. I have a memory of raids from ICE and other agencies in my business several times. So this is a memory that's in their families and their relatives that have experienced this action. And what we did is our company took a forward step and encouraged and helped our employees who were concerned by getting them paperwork like Francisco and Maria did, and getting the Mexican Consulate General, getting people with their IDs, and taking that first step into getting their legalization in the United States by providing who they legally were by the country of Mexico. And also we took the initiative to help people become citizens. And I think what's going to happen after all the rhetoric in the media is that people are going to be able to stay here and become citizens, but we need a process. And it's really important to comfort people in saying it's going to come. I can't tell you when, I can't tell you why or how, but it's going to come. It did before. And it's the best comfort that people can offer, because we saw 400 people get passports and IDs from Mexico, so they got that first step. So if something does happen to them, they've been verified in who they are. And that is the most significant thing. All your friends and people who you know that are like this can get help. I've done it. We helped 100 people get naturalized. But you got to start somewhere, and you can't just live on fear. So you got to start doing something forward. And it's a positive comment about it, because they don't understand, because they've heard for years from their relatives how it was like and what's going on. But the media is very cruel to reality. End of story. And if I have friends, or I do, I'm helping, getting people to go to the Mexican Consulate General, what they offered to do, and encourage them to get information about themselves. So if something does happen, they have a step forward in making it a legal process. And it will get better, but the media is way overzealous on it, in my opinion, right now. The other thing I'd like to talk about is I got the good fortune of being and seeing a park in St. George, Utah, that was bigger and better than Barney Schwartz for the first time in my life. 6 regulation baseball fields with the Nationals for women's fast pitch. And I believe there is a team from Paso Robles. I didn't see them, but I met teams from Hawaii and everything. But we should be very proud of what we have at Barney Schwartz Park because it was equal to this, wasn't as large. But we were walking our dog in the park and we saw all these girls with their baseball bats sticking up, marching into the stadiums. And it was like a film of sports extraordinary, you know. You see hundreds and hundreds of women playing baseball, marching with baseball bats, and it was really nice. But I'd like to compliment our staff and our city for having such a wonderful facility. Those comments also came from all the soccer clubs in our town about Barney Schwartz, saying it is the best facility they play in the Central Coast. So the other thing I'd like to comment on is on Father's Day, I got the good fortune, I hope everybody heard about this, but I got into the Ravine Water Park for free and went on the slide 12 times. And it's really, I really recommend it. So, and Paso Robles is a great community, and thank our staff and our community for what we do. Thank you.
Councilman Belch.
Thank you. Just a quick segue also to Councilmember Beal. After the 2003 San Simeon quake, I had the good fortune of being able to work with Mission San Miguel to try to keep that from becoming a museum. We wanted to keep it open as a Catholic church. We relocated for Mass over to the Clark Center on 14th and Mission. And we noticed that health services were not being provided to the farm workers. To Susie at Clark's credit, she worked very diligently to arrange to have services brought from San Luis Obispo up to that building, and she donated space for healthcare services to be provided. A woman named Phoebe Hurst Cook heard about that, and she provided an ungodly amount of money to help us move that forward, and also to help undocumented workers become citizens. So to Councilmember Gregory's point, I think there is a way for us to work together. There are processes in place now that we need to help facilitate and bring forward. You're right about the fear, you're right about the uncertainty and what's going to happen. But we need to do this legally. We need to do this in an orderly fashion. And I think that's something we need to keep in mind. We did it back in 2004. It's possible to do. We just have to decide we're going to do it.
Thank you. Good, Chris. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'll weigh a little bit on the Chris Beal's comment. And essentially, the way I look at it is no one should be afraid of anything if they're following the law. And with regard to immigration, if they are afraid, it's because probably they didn't do the right thing in the first place. But the reason I am on that opinion is that, to get them here legally, which my family's 6 generations now, and we were immigrants, and we did, the right way to get assimilated and become a citizen into the United States. And there's a process, and these people who want to have a better life, that's what it's all about. But I think, again, what we should see, and I hope that this happens, is that the people who employ these folks, instead of using them and abusing them for workers, should be the ones to cycle them into the system. I mean, they should be responsible for getting them to be proper. But at any rate, this is, that's why I asked Chief Nord about, are we following the law? We need to follow the laws. If we don't like the laws, we need to change the laws. And that's what the whole immigration thing is about. But that's outside our purview at this point. That's federal. And again, what we should be doing is obeying our rules and regulations that we have within the state because we live in California. So I hope that things come out well with these folks. And again, it's always good to have a better life whenever we can do it. But again, to come here and be afraid, that's the wrong thing to do. So at any rate, we'll see how this is going to happen with Paso. We need to take care of Paso's people no matter who they are. I will go ahead and tell you what I did too in the last few weeks. Being mayor is not the easiest thing sometimes, and it seems like every day we got 2 or 3 items, and I missed the bookmobile. I'm sorry. I did that one the other day. I had it on my calendar and still missed it. I did actually, after our last meeting, though, it was very, very interesting to have a meeting out there at Fort Hunter Liggett. They had Operation Mojave Falcon going on, and they had people, actually a lot of them from Wisconsin, Minnesota, National Guard, and regular Army who set up like the old MASH units, the old movie of MASH. They set up a mobile hospital that was completely off the wall. I mean, we walked through that whole thing, and they had mannequins, a real person on the table with a mannequin over the top of him with things that they had to find, like a gunshot wound. And it was just amazing to watch all that real good training that was happening out there with so many people from around the United States. It was a big deal. It was just not Fort Hunter Liggett. They had many, many operations going on the West Coast with different facilities. So that was good to see and meet Colonel Trotter again and walk with him. He's going to be deployed back to the East Coast. I think it's South Carolina. His new position is going to be changing here in a day or two. I think we have the change of guard coming up that I can't make next week. And so Mr. Huat's got to handle that for us, so I appreciate that. Do we have the honor of watching Mr. Huat take his oath of office, and along with 4 other employees that were promoted and also coming on board at the steps of the Carnegie last week. Very, very impressive. We also had the Spaceport stakeholders meeting with Paul Sloan out there at the terminal. A very good group to kick around and keep this thing talked up, and it was very supportive. We also did the ribbon cutting, of course, on Stony Creek, the new bridge. Thank you, Sensorio, for donating that. That was amazing. Now we don't have to go down the creek to get through that area anymore, and it's a beautiful scene to have that done. We also again turned the Safety Fest, spoke at that, and also brought the Children's Museum's engine over. It was a lot of people in the park last weekend on that. Thank you, Gina and Mark, for organizing that. This 4th annual. We'll be doing it again next year, too. IWMA and Greatest Waste Management, we had actually 2 meetings in the last few weeks on that county agency. Also, of course, attended harassment training, which we already required to do every 2 years. And then also very honored to speak at the San Luis Obispo leadership class, Tascaderos Rotunda, last Friday. That was amazing. They had like 30 people. My daughter actually just did the North County leadership, graduated from that. But this was the San Luis Obispo group that came up, and that day was about government. So we had Heather, myself, and I think 2 other elected officials from the school district, along with Jim Lewis, spoke at that, and it was a very good group. So that was about all I had and brings up to date. Upcoming events, we have a bunch. Community Service Advisory Body's Special Joint Reorganization Meeting is June 18th at 4:30. The city facilities are going to be closed and observant of Juneteenth this Thursday, the 19th. Then we're going to have also Juneteenth celebration at the city park on Saturday, the 21st, from 1 o'clock to 4 o'clock. We heard that in the proclamation tonight. Development Review Committee is going to be meeting June 23rd, Monday at 3:30. Paso Robles Planning Commission meeting is going to be the next day, 24th at 6:30. Paso Robles Master Plan Public Information Workshop, that's a big one. Going to be June 25th at 5:30, and I'm assuming it's going to be at the terminal. Okay, thank you, Paul. Development Review Committee, of course, again, back on June 30, 3:30 here. We have no scheduled Paso Robles City Council meeting on the first week of July. July 1st actually is the first Tuesday. We are dark. We are not going to be meeting that week because of July 4th. Then next one's going to be Paso Robles Youth Commission Advisory Committee, July 2nd, that Tuesday, 5 o'clock. City facilities are going to be closed in observance of the 4th of July on Thursday, the 4th. We also, of course, are going to be in another location on the 4th of July, Paso Robles, Barney Schwartz Park. And that's going to be starting at 4 p.m. Frida, I think, is she still here? Yep, Frida. I'm sorry? 4 o'clock, that's what we have. And it's going to be starting a little bit later than normal, which is probably better. Development Review Committee, July 7th, 3:30. Planning, Paso Robles Planning Commission meeting July 8th at 6:30. Library Board of Trustees, July 10th at 9 a.m. Paso Robles Senior Citizen Advisory Committee meeting July 14th at 1:30. Development Review Committee again, 14th of July at 3:30. The Paso Robles Park and Recreation Committee is going to be July 14th at 4 p.m. And then our next meeting is going to be in this room, July 15th at 6 p.m. So that's quite the calendar. But yeah, we're going to be a little busy, all of us, in between here and there too. So that's it we have for tonight. Anybody have anything further for the good of the organization? So I'm looking for a motion to adjourn.
To adjourn.
So motion by Gregory, second by Strong. We stand adjourned.